Come on, Jack, answer the phone. There you are. Hey,
there
hey, hey.
I am. I don't.
There you
It was
are.
weird. It wasn't like ringing. It was weird.
No,
so.
no. All right. Yeah, like the airplane guy, have a drinking problem and he squashes it in his eye.
So that's awesome. But how are you this evening?
Doing really good. Everything was working out really good earlier today, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you have for the show tonight. Can't wait to get you on air with us. Get going.
Yeah, man. So, gonna do was gonna share a picture, but I'm not sure. Let me see here.
But what happened to your camera, Jack?
Well, I'm not sure. Oh, hang on just a second. Hello.
There you are. Look out.
Hello. I'm broadcasting from deep interstellar space.
Not from the bunker tonight.
We're on the great space roller coaster. So, but now I'll be talking about a couple of different mysteries because I may run short on time. So I'll be talking about the lost city in the Grand Canyon and be talking about the lost colony of Mars. Both of them are equally interesting and compelling, and it's sort of the episode of The Lost. So.
Oh, Jack, new show coming this Saturday. If you want to join us, you're more than welcome. Rebooting Cafe Enigma under, that's right, Roger Hanson.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice, okay.
The original way that I did it, we're going to do it that way.
Okay,
we got about 30 seconds, and then I'm going to get you up and rolling. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It'll be probably about 6 or 7 o'clock your time on Saturday, if you're up for it.
Okay. I'll definitely try to hit that. That would be great.
In the evening, yep.
Very, very cool.
All right, look out, cats, dogs, and kids, and the paranormal duo. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Jack, you are live and on the radio side, like right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. We are broadcasting from 300 feet down in an abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere lost deep in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And high above us, just today, there are thousands of nesting giant radioactive arachnids, and they are casting webs hither and thither like Spider-Man on ayahuasca. I am joined as always, by the paranormal crime fighting duo. Daisy and the Sundance Kid are working security in the silo tonight. Sonny, come here, buddy. Come here. I wanted to show everybody security. Oh, come here, Daisy. All right, come here. This is what security looks like for real, guys, on the Great Space Roller Coaster. So this is Daisy. She's actually got the shotgun, and she's watching the doors for the radioactive arachnids this evening. But this has been a crazy week. This week I had to get a lot of work done for changing out my display that's at the East Bank Art Gallery in downtown Sioux Falls, South Dakota, for anybody that's in that vicinity of the neighborhood. So I'm an artist for most of my time now, and I've been busy preparing a bunch of paintings, 9 of them over the past few weeks, so that I could have a complete change up for the first Friday art walk, which all the art galleries do. So that is sponsoring the show tonight. Since we don't really have a sponsor, it's being sponsored by jackcareyart.com. So come by and take a look at some of my paintings. I do sell the originals right on my website. And you can also browse our store. I got a Redbubble store with 40 plus products that you can buy that have the images of my paintings on them. Even like shower curtains and duvet covers and things like that. So if you feel like supporting the show, come by to jackcareyart.com and see me. You can also follow me on TikTok, which is, I've been exploring TikTok. It's really a very interesting and effective algorithm, far superior, I would say, to YouTube or Facebook. And I predict that those two platforms have a major, maybe even terminal problem on their hands at this stage. Let's face it, YouTube, for my YouTubers out there this week, again, the YouTube algorithm has never been kind to me or my show. We have been shadow banned over and over again. The algorithm does not include us in searches. It's been really difficult swimming against that stream for so many years. That's why there's only 7,000 subscribers on the YouTube channel and many thousands of people out there that actually listen to the live show and to the archive shows and things like that. But you can join me at jackcarey6 on TikTok, and you can follow both my paranormal TikTok videos that I put out, as well as the new paintings that I do. Kind of film those as I go along and do progression videos and things like that. It's sort of the weird dichotomy of my life that I'm a professional artist as well as a 30-year investigator into all things paranormal. So, but tonight's an exciting night. We're going to be discussing a couple of different topics. I chose these two topics because they're topics that people tend to forget about, and topics that I've done pretty extensive, deep investigations into over the years. I have produced very explicit, deep, well-researched YouTube videos regarding these two subjects, and those can be found on my YouTube channel, which is just under Jack Carey, C-A-R-Y. And tonight we're going to be talking about two major human efforts that have been lost to us and to the public. One of those is a lost city in the Grand Canyon. That's right, there is an actual lost city in the Grand Canyon. Most people are unaware of that fact, but it's something that I've investigated thoroughly, and my old partner, J.C. Johnson, before he passed away, was actually part of an expedition to the Grand Canyon involving many famous researchers at the time, including David Hatcher Childress of Ancient Alien fame. But David Childress was one of J.C. Johnson's best friends, and had invited him along on this very interesting insider expedition. So I kind of have an insider view of what occurred on that expedition. And, the city's there. It's very interesting. Now, it's not visible until you walk into the giant corridor through a doorway that's down a sheer rock cliff, thousands of feet. But it's there, and it's something that presents a huge historical mystery, and we're going to be talking about that tonight. And we're going to be talking about a very interesting line of evidence that leads us down a dark rabbit hole of what appears to be a lost, or perhaps not, operational colony on Mars. And by that I mean an actual colony that is there right now, operating with humans inside of it. And there is a very interesting line of evidence to show that, in fact, a body of, well, let's just call them the Illuminati, shall we? The people that really control the purse strings around the world have been able to siphon off enough money from the American economy, 23 trillion, according to one estimate from the General Accounting Office, which was talked about years ago, that they were able to use basically to get colonists to Mars to inhabit already pre-existing alien structures. And I have to add, there's photographic evidence for this, discovered by Dr. Courtney Brown, who heads up a premier remote viewing group today. But what's interesting is Dr. Brown actually discovered this photograph in NASA's archive. And it appears to be a photograph of the actual dome that these colonists are living in. So that is some good stuff. And you'll have to excuse me when I wet my whistle because I've had a dry throat all week. It's been it's been crazy. I've been, I guess, talking too much and not listening enough, perhaps. But you know, paranormal in the news, and I was going to talk about Cryptid Corner this evening. It's almost impossible. Let's see if I can share something. Screen window or tab. Well, I'll have to share it next week, but something strange happened to me this week, and it's part of Cryptid Corner, and that is basically our Cryptid Corner this week because things have been a little quiet. We're going to talk about Expedition Bigfoot and Cryptid Corner tonight because something strange going on that show. And but anyway, this week I was approached on social media by one of my friends that brought it to my attention that someone had nabbed one of my Bigfoot photographs that was from the old days at Crypto Four Corners that I have on my Facebook profile. And they, basically stole the photograph, however they did it, and then presented that on various Facebook Bigfoot groups, not realizing that that's a known photograph that I copyrighted in 2015, right? And so this hoaxer, poster, whoever they were, tried to perpetrate it like they had taken the photograph, and that forced me to confront the issue. And one of the people on one of the moderators or admins on this Facebook Bigfoot page asked me about the true story, which I relayed to them, which is interesting because it resulted in probably the best, closest still shot representation of what a real Sasquatch looks like in the face. And it's not what anybody thinks. When you see it, it is quite interesting. So the face has a protruding brow ridge and deep set eyes. And, from about here down, it looks human. From just under the nose down, that looks human. From the nose up, that looks primate, or it looks prehistoric Neanderthal / primate with a cone-shaped head and stuff. It's clear that was a Sasquatch. And what's interesting is that the photo, or these 4 images that I have, actually came from 4 frames out of a 30-minute tutorial hiking video done by a gentleman that was a professional hiker. He had a business that actually produced tutorial hiking videos back in the day when they had like VHS tapes and all that kind of stuff, right? And so he would travel around the world and go to like famous hiking trails and stuff like that, and he'd hike the trail and film the hike so that other tourists could watch these hiking videos. You could buy these videos like, I'm going to this famous trail in Europe somewhere, and yada yada, and here's a video of what the trail is, you know, and you could watch the whole video. It was actually a cool business and a cool idea for a business that he had. But on one hike, it was the High Fall Trails in North Carolina, he noticed some movement off to his left, but it was brief and fleeting, and he didn't really get a very good glimpse of it, but he thought the camera may have. And, you know, he slowed it down at his house. He finally came across what it is he saw, and it really freaked him out. So he approached us over at Crypto Four Corners and asked our opinion about it. And I was able to take the video, and JC tasked me with the tedious job of going through a 30-minute video frame by frame by frame till I found the creature. It appeared in 4 frames. The gentleman never really saw anything other than some slight movement, and then when he got home, he slowed it down and saw the same thing, and he was like, oh my God, you know. But when we confirmed that what this guy was seeing to him, that this was a Sasquatch, you know, there's no doubt about it, it really freaked the guy out. Like, it really freaked him out. He thought he was going to like lose his reputation and the business he had created. And oh my God, people are thinking that he's hoaxing this to get more videos sold and that kind of thing. The guy erased the video. He totally erased it. He was too freaked out and didn't want his name known or published, so we didn't publish anything. And that photograph, to this day, in my professional investigative opinion, after seeing 30 years of evidence, is the best still photograph of a Sasquatch ever captured. And the guy didn't even know that he had captured it at the time. So that's the weird reality matrix that we live in. But, you know, Expedition Bigfoot, Cryptid Corner, right? What can we say, guys? You know, they've been running marathons of it, first of all, on the Travel Channel or History Channel, whatever, wherever they're airing that. And they are obviously a CIA funded operation. I say that for various reasons. The number one reason is the just inexplicable amount of funding that this group has, and the sheer amount of advanced, ultra advanced, state-of-the-art, cutting-edge technology that they have access to, which requires deep, deep pockets. You know, I was already suspicious when they flashed under the name of their field investigator, not Russell Accord, but the gentleman that goes out and actually interviews eyewitnesses. They show his name, and right underneath it, it says former CIA operative, right on it. Right? And it's clear that Bryce, the guy that heads up the group, that guy is a CIA control officer. He has CIA almost tattooed across his forehead. And then they whip out, and you can look it up. Go ahead and look, you know, pull up Amazon and look up EMF shielded tent and look up the same model that they used for one scene in one episode. Cost $37,000. I'm sure it comes with a free delivery if you have a Prime membership. Amazon needs to sponsor my show. But that kind of funding in cryptozoology does not exist, period. It never has, and it never will. Because nobody is going to pay you to try to solve a problem that nobody wants to solve. And that's really tonight's main topic in Cryptid Corner, is that Bigfoot is a problem no one wants to solve. Yes, there are an army of field investigators that go out weekend after weekend, dedicated. I was one of them for many decades, and still from time to time I pick and choose my battles these days because I know exactly what to look for and where to go. But there's an army of people that go out every single weekend looking for Bigfoot, looking for that undeniable, indisputable evidence that will finally convince an unwilling public that, in fact, there is a multi-thousand member apex predator species, bipedal, 9-10 feet tall, weighing 1,000 pounds, breeding, living, and thriving in the hundreds of millions of heavily wooded, forested acreage of North America. Right? And they go out every single weekend and they try the exact same techniques time and time and time again with little to no result. Time and time and time again. And Einstein, you know, even though he was wrong about his physics, and we know that because of the UAPs flying around or exhibiting that they can go by laws of physics, which is unknown to us today. But even so, was a pretty smart guy. And he said that, you know, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different result. So, the whole effort by the Bigfoot community out there at retrieving evidence from the field has to be completely revamped and has to be gone about in a completely new and different way and direction, right? I think the real question for us in paranormal land and with Bigfoot research in general is, why is the CIA so interested in Bigfoot disclosure all of a sudden? Because what they just showed this past season was a Bigfoot that they caught using LiDAR down in a cave system, and at the same time they had a camera in that cave system, and that camera was positioned exactly where the LiDAR showed a body of a Bigfoot should be, and the camera only picked up what looked to be cloaked movement. That's right. You have to check it out. They have caught evidence of a cloaked Bigfoot down in a cave. It's pretty indisputable. I mean, when you see their evidence, the LiDAR cannot be faked, nor would I think the CIA has any interest in faking anything. I think they are all in at this stage. The real question is, why are they all in? And does it have anything to do with UAP disclosure at all? I would remind everyone about the disappearing track line problem of the Bigfoot phenomenon, and the fact that disappearing track lines are discovered repeatedly, and it looks like these things, you know, you'll find a trail of prints. They'll be 16 to 19 inches long. They are perfect. They go across fields like the one we discovered in the Chusca Mountains for hundreds of yards. The topography doesn't change, and yet the footprints just stop in midstream. Sort of the same problem they're having with various wolf-like cryptids on Skinwalker Ranch, but this happens in the Bigfoot phenomenon all the time, and it's like the creature just vanishes into thin air, and then you have the indigenous people around the country and into Canada and elsewhere who claim that these are creatures that walk between worlds, as they say, that have the evidence that they have collected on Expedition Bigfoot of a cloaked Bigfoot clearly captured on LiDAR hiding in a cave system. And the Native Americans told us on numerous occasions that these creatures live underground. It's confirmation of the themselves. How big is that? That's huge. That should be page 1 of every cryptozoology conversation taking place right now online. Proof they can cloak. That should alter the way that evidence is trying to be obtained in the field right now forever. Number 2, they're using the cave systems. That should alter forever the way that evidence is trying to be obtained right now. How many out there actually who are members of the Bigfoot army that go out every single weekend are actually going to alter their behavior and their techniques, field techniques, to acknowledge these new findings and to evolve into something that's smarter than the phenomenon itself, because that's what we need to do as cryptozoologists. And tonight, when we come back from our break, we're going to be talking about a lost city in the Grand Canyon. What did they have in that city? Who built it? And what other secrets are kind of hidden around this lost city? That leads us down one major rabbit hole and possibly all the way back to ancient Egypt. And if we have enough time, and I'm hoping that we do, we're going to explore another chain or train of evidence that kind of leads us down a neighboring rabbit hole of a lost colony on Mars, and that has an equally compelling line of evidence. So stick with us, and we'll be back right after this.
Awesome job, Jack.
Thanks.
Drawing them in tonight. That's great. Love it.
Awesome.
Yeah, when you said lost places and that, I thought you was going to bring up Roanoke.
Oh, yeah. Roanoke is scary.
Yeah, that's
It is indeed.
And I wonder
Have you seen...
I wonder if Bigfoot had anything to do with that.
I don't know.
Or even
but,
Dogman.
But Stephen King's kind of depiction of what happened to Roanoke, where the stranger shows up demanding their children.
Yeah.
Or he marches them all off into the ocean. That's very interesting stuff. But it reminds me very much of something I've been researching, which is the Pueblo Indians down in the Four Corners area all have this tale of this character that they called the Gambler. Have you heard of this dude? And he showed up.
Kind of familiar. I mean, it yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, he showed up apparently to all of these different tribes and challenged all of the leaders to games of gambling, and he never lost. And some researchers and some indigenous people of the Pueblo Indians believe that's what led to the downfall of their society, was this character, this guy, this trickster known as the Gambler. Very crazy. That's some crazy stuff right there.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. Sounds like a really shady character to me. Kind of like that that one shapeshifter you saw out in the mountains at one time. You were going up on top of the plateau, and you saw it before, and the wife and the guy you were with, like
Right. Yep. They were like, no. We also found what appeared to us to be female human footprints that mid-stride turned into canine prints.
Yeah.
So, that's some spooky
That's some
stuff, right?
wicked stuff there, that's for sure.
That sent chills up my spine. It froze me dead center. I was just
Time
like,
to
oh
back
my
out the way I came in. Not letting the door hit me on the behind on the way out either, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Oops. Didn't bring my silver bullets.
Yeah.
But it's been a busy week, man. I've been trying to get a lot of stuff done, but
Yeah.
Pretty crazy. What's going on Vixen's Vault this evening?
She has a guest in tonight. I think she's going to be talking a little bit about CERN and some other stuff.
Very cool.
Yeah, and I think she has a survivor of the Montauk chair in there too.
Oh wow,
Well,
that's
yeah.
great.
So it's going to be a pretty wild show tonight. If everybody out there is listening, you want to stick around. The suspense is also killing me because she sent me a kind of an outline of how she's going to do the show tonight, and I'm like, okay, let's see if you can, keep to it, and I'm sure she can,
Stick to the
because
structure.
we've the show is kind of it doesn't have the structure of her original show, but I think she's slowly working on trying to bring that back, and that'll be good, and that'll mean more interviews if that's the case, and I like that. She always has some interesting people in there.
That's fascinating stuff. I need to have I need to put out another invite to Robert Kreider, get him on the show, because he's developed a new technology that allows them to see 3D underground. So
Oh wow, yeah, we definitely need to get him back in, and also, we're gonna kick up either a monthly or a quarterly cryptozoology Cafe Enigma 2 with Roger. Yeah, and I hope that you can come in and help that out. Anyways,
I'd
we're
love
getting
to.
up on your countdown. I forgot to tell you we
Okay.
were under 30 seconds, but here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Jack, you are live and back on the radio side, like right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, your personal guide to the Twilight Zone and the Sinister Minister. We're talking about tonight lost colonies. We're talking about lost cities, and we were talking about Bigfoot being cloaked and lost in a cave system. So anyway, to finish up Cryptid Corner, it's very interesting that the CIA appears to be involved. The whole operation has CIA written all over it. It operates like a CIA operation. They got a control officer, that's Bryce, back at the control center. They got a field operative, that's Russell. He's the guy on the ground actually tracking the creatures. They're using a AI-driven algorithm to tell them when and where to be to run into these creatures that has all of the migrational pattern like information in it. They have apparently non-stop funding, which allows them to do stuff like hire a guy that has 6 LiDAR drones with heat-seeking capability and stuff like that. Nobody can compete with that. That kind of stuff is the stuff of cryptozoologic dreams. We used to dream and talk about that kind of stuff, and around campfires with, Bigfoots howling around us and things like that, Oh man, boy, if we had a thermal drone, what we could do. And here's a group that has unlimited funding. They can do anything they want to do, go anywhere they want to go, have a field primate biologist on pay with them at all times. Nobody can compete with that. So anyway, tonight's main subject, we're going to talk about the lost city of the Grand Canyon. So this is an interesting line of evidence. 1907 was a period of time when that was still kind of like the Old West. and there weren't many like established newspapers, but one of them in the West was the Phoenix Gazette, right? And the Colorado River runs down that way, and they ran a front page news article, and it's still out there online. If you type in Phoenix Gazette, Lost City, Grand Canyon, 1907 into any search engine, I'm sure it'll pull up. Chrome, if you're using Google, Google's a CIA based company, and those search results are greatly affected by the intelligence communities. So sometimes it's wiser to use a different kind of browser search engine. Use a Tor browser to look it up if you want to on the deep web, the black web. But this article is so interesting because, it's extensive, it's detailed. In fact, the article is so detailed and has so much information in it that you're extremely hard pressed to believe that this was simply yellow journalism, as they call it, an effort by newspaper journalists in the past to invent stories in order to sell more newspapers. That's really what it came down to. And they've had examples of that occurring in the Old West from time to time. However, none of them have this kind of extensive detail involved with it. So that's what's really interesting to me. It talks about how this gentleman came down the river to the Phoenix area, and he had a boatload of artifacts with him. And he presented identification to show that he was in fact employed by the Smithsonian. This boatload of artifacts is described in the newspaper article as being like gold, silver, jeweled type of artifacts, and that they appeared to be Egyptian looking. Not to say they were Egyptian, but they looked to them like the people who looked at the artifacts like it must have come from ancient Egypt, that kind of a thing. Back then there wasn't a hugely educated population, especially people that were exposed like we are today with tons of artifacts and documentaries and things like that about ancient Egypt. So this was, to them in the Old West, 1907, turn of the century, they saw these artifacts and they said, it kind of looks like Egypt, like we've seen in pictures and that kind of thing. So that's how they describe them in the article. The gentleman prepared all of these artifacts into shipping boxes, and they were shipped back to the Smithsonian. They have since, of course, disappeared. The Smithsonian in paranormal circles is renowned for the fact that they covered up non-stop amounts of historical evidence in the past. Anything that would upset the Judeo-Christian biblical ideas of society at that time were sort of suppressed or outright destroyed. There's some new articles out there where somebody at the Smithsonian has come across evidence that they did in fact destroy many thousands of giant bones that were uncovered across North America. And they did that because they thought that it was going to really cast a bad view on Western expansion. The idea was, well, they believed in what's called manifest destiny, plays into all of this in a huge way. For those of you who are college or university history students, you will know what manifest destiny is. It's taught in every single university history of about North America. It's the idea that white settlers were fulfilling the will of God as they conquered this land and spread westward, right? So any kind of evidence that they came across to suggest that somebody had been here before the white settlers and the Native American populations, that was a no-go. That had to be suppressed because it would undermine the argument that they were making, that they were justified in their westward expansion and in the treatment of the indigenous people. It all plays together. So when they came across this lost city in the Grand Canyon, here is ultimate evidence that not only was somebody there way before white settlers came there, but they were an extremely advanced culture, and they built a vast city into the cliffside, the actual rock of the Grand Canyon. This explorer, his name is S.A. Jordan, who came down the river, noticed an opening up on a rock cliff. It looked to him like a carved doorway. He also noticed a series of steps going from the side of the river up the cliffside to the doorway. He pulled his boat over. He was able to get out, make his way up these steps to the doorway. And when he entered into what he described as a vast, cavernous city that had various gigantic spokes that were hallways that led off in various directions, almost like a spoked wheel. And he described artifacts. One of them was like a Buddha looking like figure, but it wasn't Buddha. One of them was it was holding something like a lotus flower, but it looked slightly different. It was very odd. Some of the artifacts looked completely Egyptian. And he said that this city was vast enough that it could house 50,000 people. And we'll see how pertinent that is to this entire mystery, right? So this is a vast city, built literally into the rock. So it's an underground city, right? You can't really see the city from the river. You have to walk through the doorway into this gigantic structure, and then the city is there before you, right? So he gathers up as many artifacts as his boat will hold. And again, this man was a known explorer of his day that the Smithsonian had hired to explore the Grand Canyon. So that's how all of this math adds up. He gets the boatload of artifacts. He goes down the river to the Phoenix Gazette. They're there when he shows up. It makes a big scene because he shows up with a boatload of this, amazing stuff. They write an article about it that gets published, and it's something that they couldn't erase from public record. Eventually, the article makes it out. It shows up online. It gets leaked, and here you have direct physical evidence of them covering up what might be the greatest archaeological find of all time. Now, who built the city? Well, there are some very interesting indications that whoever it was connected to ancient Egypt. And the reason why we believe that to be the case is not only are some of the artifacts Egyptian looking and were described that way, but when you examine on maps the area where the article describes the city being, all of that area is declared completely off limits, even to park personnel. I'll say that again. There are parts of the Grand Canyon which are strictly forbidden for any human to enter into, including park personnel. That's a fact. Fact number 2, these areas all around the city that are all encompassed in these no-go zones have Egyptian names. And when you plot out each one of the peaks in this area that all have Egyptian names, they match perfectly the layout that you have at Giza. You have a display of Orion's belt with Sirius off center down at its feet. And the entire thing, which you can Google all of this if you must Google or whatever, do a search engine search, but you'll see that there is a existing map now of the Grand Canyon, which draws all of the lines between these Egyptian names and peaks and everything together, and shows you how perfect it is. It's almost a mirror image on the ground, right? Point 2, we have testimony from a couple of hikers who willfully disregarded the no trespass rule. They wandered off into this no-go zone and attempted to climb one of these peaks, and they claim that they found a secondary entrance into the same city. Point 3, it's interesting, very, very interesting, because you always have a group of people out there that say, oh, it just couldn't be. There was no transatlantic contact between, North America and ancient Egypt before Columbus. There's no way. Well, we have some interesting evidence to kind of suggest otherwise. And one of the major pieces of evidence that is little known out there is a documentary that was produced by a university in Europe. Today you can find the documentary online. It is a bit obscure, but I highly recommend it. And it's called The Curse of the Cocaine Mummies. Great name for a documentary, right? Well, this university professor in Europe is a world-renowned toxicologist. And she decided to run an experiment to do toxicology testing on all of the mummies that were ever taken out of Egypt. She wanted to see what they had been ingesting, because if you were mummified, you were sort of the upper echelon of that society. So it'd be very interesting to see what the upper echelon were ingesting. And that would show up, if they were ingesting any sort of drugs and things like that, it would show up in their toxicology. And so that's what she did. She went around to every single museum and university all through Europe that had a mummy that came out of Egypt, and she did a toxicology test on them. And 100% of them tested positive for both nicotine and cocaine. 2 plants that only grow in the Americas. Only 2. Tobacco does not grow in ancient Egypt or anywhere near it. And cocaine, coca leaves only grow in South America. So we have indisputable, undeniable proof that there was trade taking place between the Egyptian hierarchy and indigenous people in the Americas. Had to be the case. That's interesting. Then when you take into effect the pharaohship of Akhenaten, and for those of you who don't recall Akhenaten, he's the one depicted with the elongated skull. I studied art history at the Metro State University in Denver, and I'll never forget that they talked about Akhenaten and how he's the one pharaoh not depicted as being perfect of stature. You know, all the other pharaohs are all muscular and buff and they look tough and there's all this kind of stuff. Not Akhenaten. Akhenaten's got the weird elongated skull. He's got the sort of weird ET-shaped body and the big pot belly, right? And he's holding, he and Nefertiti, who's his wife, who also is depicted with an elongated skull, is holding two of their babies, and their babies have elongated skulls. And Akhenaten attempts to change the religion of all of ancient Egypt from a polymorphous, or, you know, they had many, many hundreds of different gods, basically. And he wanted that to all go away so that they could worship the one true sun disk god, which he referred to as the Aten, which was the sun, basically. He wanted it all to be kind of reversed into sun disk worship, and this led to his downfall. The priesthood plotted his assassination and even plotted the assassination of his children, etc. What's interesting is that it's rumored that one of his offspring, after his assassination, actually disappeared from ancient Egypt with 50,000 followers. And where might have he gone? Well, might he have gone to a land that they had pre-existing trade routes with? A land that held two sacred plants that were being ingested by the upper echelon of ancient Egypt. A land that had tobacco and cocaine. And when they got here, is it possible that he and his 50,000 followers actually made it to the desert Southwest, to the Grand Canyon, a place to them resembled their homeland? And is it possible that they actually dug out a vast city into the actual cliff sides of the Grand Canyon and began their culture once again in exile? It's an interesting possibility, for sure. And what's even more interesting is that my old protege, or I was the protege of my cryptozoology teacher, J.C. Johnson, who got invited on an expedition to the Grand Canyon by David Hatcher Childress of Ancient Aliens. And they were looking for the city. And they had drones, and they had some guys that were going to attempt to rappel down the side of the cliffs to the city entrance, right? The cliffs proved to be far too steep. You're talking about thousands of feet. The drones had trouble with wind, sheer wind that was coming through. But the interesting thing about it was that while they were attempting all of this, an unmarked and they filmed it when it came by, but an unmarked white airplane came by and started flying right through the canyon where they were doing this operation. And there's only one group of people that fly unmarked white airplanes in North America and can get away with it. and that's the CIA. Look it up. So that is fascinating stuff. I was going to get to the lost colony on Mars too. That must be a time for its own show. It is interesting though, because I'll probably cover that next week for you guys. I don't want to disappoint you, but it's an interesting line of evidence, and it involves the great-granddaughter of Dwight D. Eisenhower. So there's a line of evidence that traces all the way back to the 1960s, late 1950s, a group of Illuminati that went under the guise of the Club of Rome. You can look that up. That can be your homework this week before next week's show. And the Club of Rome determined that the Earth was going to face overpopulation within the next few decades. And their calculations have been correct. We're at 8 billion and counting. Pretty soon we'll be at 10 billion, and then we're off to the races. Exponential growth, 20 billion, 30. How many can we take? How far does it go? Not even a pandemic could slow it down, fake or not. So they were right in their calculation about that, but they decided to come up with a series of alternatives to staving off overpopulation. One was just population control through controlled warfare. That proved pretty effective until the invention of the nuclear weapon, the proliferation, I should say, of nuclear weapons. And then it made it an untenable scenario, because sooner or later somebody pushes that button, and they didn't want to kill the planet. They were trying to save humanity. So they discounted that idea. Number two, founding a world religion so that you could control the breeding habits of those people involved with, with religious beliefs. Most breeding habits are controlled by religious beliefs. And alternative three was off-planet colonization, and that's what they chose. And we'll be talking about that this next week, because that actually ties into a lot of what's happening right now with the Space Force, with coming UAP disclosure. The Space Force and Trump administration feature prominently into all of this, because they had to know, or have to know, that colony is there or was there. We have indications from some really interesting sources that the colony was in sort of a desperate situation, needing parts and things like that. So we'll hit that next week, guys. And again, thanks for joining me on Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio. Next week, we'll jump down another one of these deep, dark rabbit holes, including the Mars colony. Stay tuned for the Vixen's Vault and the fantastic Nancy Planeta. I'll see you next week.
Great job. Great job. Thanks, Jack.
Yeah.
We're going to hang here for till I disconnect, and then with the one station, and then I'm going to head over with Nancy here in about another minute or so.
Okay. I can join the second hour of the show. I'll be attempting to join, so the 9 to 10. So, because my wife plays volleyball at like 9 tonight, so that'll free me up. So sounds good, sir.
All right. Let me start getting Nancy up and going here. Almost ready for her. Yeah. In fact, I'll just go over there now. I'll catch up with you later, Jack. All right?
Okay. Sounds good. See you, sir.
All right. Thanks. All right. That was Jack Carey, Paranormal Intelligence Agency. Coming up is the Vixen's Vault. got about a minute or so before I'm going to connect up with them. That way they can go almost right up till the top of the hour. Do. Nancy, Roger, Mark, Raph, Jack. Oh, hey, okay.
How are you doing?
Pretty good so far.
I hear that.
Yeah.
You can probably tell I have a little bit of a stuffy head, but
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you been talking all day?
I communicate all day. Yes.
I didn't see. Jack said that he's going to join in the next part.
Okay.
Okay. He's got volleyball with his wife right now, and I'm trying to get Jason connected up and David Campione.
Where's Roger?
I was gonna say, where's Roger Dodger?
Yeah.
He's being quiet, really quiet.
Maybe he's
Casting. There he is.
I'm here. I'm just trying to get my OBS to where everything's going through smoothly. So,
Dude, I love OBS, but it can be a pain in the butt.
well,
Tell me about it.
I'm a cool dude. I love OBS. Better than XSplit. I'll put it to you that way.
I started using OBS, I want to say in like 2016, because it was the best conversion platform.
I'm gonna try to share this link with Jason again. Jason, if you're in there and listening, check your Telegram in about a minute. It'll be up in there. Oh, hold on here. Where'd Jason go?
Oh, where?
Mr. Dirty Work. That dirty
Baby.
work guy.
Phone home. Phone home. I don't know if you listen to any of those.
I see everybody's
Mandela
here
effect.
tonight. Hi,
Mr.
Mark.
King.
Hi, Nancy.
Yeah,
Hi,
how you
Jack.
doing,
Hey,
David?
Rachel.
We missed you so much,
Hey,
man.
Roger. Hey, Vicky.
Man, you
Hello,
better not disappear like
Dave.
that no more, Dave. I don't know what to think.
All right,
Hey.
30 seconds, and then we'll get going. I thought you had a guest tonight too, Nancy.
Jason, I'm trying to get him on. I think he's having problems jumping in, but I'll keep you up to date on that. He's got all the information, the link, everything to jump on. And he did tell me about 2 hours ago he would try to be here. So we're just waiting on him. But if it's okay, we can still carry the show. I mean, it's not like.
All right, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and on the radio side, like right now.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Vixen's Vault. Today's date is September the 3rd, 2025. We are in the month of September already. Can y'all believe it? I mean, I believe it because it's been kind of, think about it, Vic. It has been like it's like somebody lit the trail to dynamite this year. It's just moved so quickly. It just seems like yesterday we were in January waiting for inauguration, and now here we are in September, already almost through an entire year.
I know, it's like an alternate universe, isn't it? Sorry.
Did you really segueing? I love you, Vicky. I do love you. So tonight, guys, it's funny because I decided I was going to try to structure things a little differently with the show tonight, because I used to have with my show's been on the air on and off for over 20 years now. And I have done some really structured shows, and I have done some shows where it's kind of like wing it. I can tell you that when you have a large amount of panel, in other words, I like this format of doing my show with a panel. A panel gives us the flexibility to have multiple people on with multiple opinions from multiple different backgrounds. In other words, it adds a little bit of flavor to the chili, as I like to say. In the same respect, it gives us different perspectives, different viewpoints, but it can be a little bit chaotic when you have multiple people. especially if there's connection issues. It can be really chaotic. So
Oh yeah.
figured I was sitting there this weekend, and the funny thing is a lot of us actually hang out in our chat, our little, I guess you could say our little room. We all kind of, we drop information in there, here and there all week long, little tidbits, and we joke around and we have fun and we make fun of Mark Edward hair, and Mark but
Aw.
bored.
It's only because we love Mark Edwards.
I'm
And
telling
he's
you,
such a good guy.
welcome in. But I'm going to take a moment and introduce everybody to y'all tonight. I mean, tonight's topic, what we're going to discuss is actually CERN. And it is a topic we've discussed multiple times on this show, but I'm looking more at a connectivity type of discussion, like basically I guess you could say the thought process of, could the activities of CERN, number one, is it something that is as new as they're telling us? Number two, could they have, with CERN, when you talk to scientists from CERN or you read their public statements, and they're always constantly repeating the fact that, oh, they couldn't possibly do any damage. Nope. This is all for science. And nope, there's no way. And it reminds me, and I would hope that the most recent pandemic kind of kicked this into you guys. It reminds me of trust the science.
Right. Yeah.
And, how many people blindly just trust people because they have, a document behind them that says they went to school, or they have lots of really important friends who like to feed them a lot of money to do their research, if that's actually what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
But, like I said, is CERN really what it says it is? Could Max Laughlin have been correct? And Max Laughlin, we'll get into who that is further into the show, but could he have been correct when he postulated that the collider actually, in its hunt for the Higgs boson, screwed up in a massive way and kind of phased us into an alternate reality, an alternate dimension? In other words, sidestepped us into something that was very close to where we were at, but different.
What I thought when I listened to him was a pinball machine. How they, I mean, when he was talking, I was like, that sounds like a pinball machine where there's somebody jars it, and it's too much energy, and it jumps over into the next cascade over. I mean,
it's amazing that he was just a kid. And he wrote this all down on a paper napkin. That's just, and I know there's a lot of, in the communities, there's a lot of whispers that, oh, it was his father. But if you actually listen to this kid, because I actually posted the video in our little group chat so everybody can kind of see what I was talking about. When you listen to this kid talk, this is not a kid that was just fed information. This is a kid who was stopping, searching for the correct word, stopping, pausing. The way he articulated told me very clearly that he had a lot of familiarity with what he was speaking of. It was not just off the cuff. This was not something he was repeating or memorized. He was literally thinking his way through what he was saying. There's a lot of, it's funny because people tell me all the time I'm a people watcher, and I am. Mainly for defensive reasons, I will tell you that. A little PTSD going on there.
Yeah, just a little.
But it is for self-protection. I am what they call empathic. I can feel people when they're in my presence, and it is kind of a self-protection thing for me to watch their body language, watch their faces when they're speaking, listen to their intonations, because it gives you a lot of information about somebody. And I would never hurt anybody with that information, but it protects me in many ways. So when I was listening to Max, it's one of the things I was thinking is this kid is actually genuine. You can tell by the way he's orating. You can tell by his eye movement. This is not something he didn't come up with. This is definitely his information. But what killed me, it was so simple. I mean, I think that's what really killed me. If you actually look at quantum physics and how quantum physics works, it's really quite complicated. I mean, and you'll sit there and you watch the professors and you'll watch your specialists and there are million-mile long equations and they still don't get the right answer. And yeah, true story. And how frustrated they get. And then this 13-year-old kid comes up with a very simplistic reasoning that made sense. And I say that with a lot of chutzpah in my voice because it actually made sense. Whereas all their logical combinations of numbers and numerics and God, curvatures and light refractions and everything else that they equate into their equations still came up with no answer. And here, this kid, simple, stupid, yeah.
Was
we
it
think
Einstein that said everything in the universe could be explained simply, and that's what that kid did?
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think him. Well, I've always, Vic, it's funny you say that because the more complicated things get, technology, science, all these things that we keep throwing into the ring, complicating things, and it stresses people out. That's something that we don't think about as a society is how badly all this crap stresses us out. And I think, I wonder if they do this, like the giant red herring. Let's keep them all busy. Let's keep their brains just functioning into an abysmal non-reality of stupid crap that they're never going to utilize so we can do whatever we want over here. I really thought about that. Let's make it look as intelligent as possible, suck all the money out of them, and put it where we actually really want it, which has nothing to do with what we're telling them it is. I've become that jaded with all the research I've done.
It's not different from the church. It's like, oh, the scripture is too hard for you to understand it, so we're just going to leave it with the priest.
Yeah.
And
yeah. Sorry, Vic. Vicky. Something that I think both of you are Vic, I think you stepping on this point, but something else I think both of you are missing out on. The scientists do not write the press statements.
True.
Generally speaking, it will be an executive, it'll be a press manager, it'll be somebody behind, or it could be a group of executives all writing these press statements. Also, bureaucrats.
Yeah. Yep.
And also, they've got to make these statements so it's recognizable, so it's understandable by politicians and the general public. So you've got to go down to the lowest denominator.
Well, that's a good point.
Mark, you've got to actually sit back though and wonder. I mean, because everybody on this panel, by the way, I am going to introduce my panel. I'm getting there. Everybody on this panel is intelligent, above average intelligent. And I say that with a big smile on my face because I love every single one of you guys. I mean, way above average. You're all outside the box thinkers, except maybe Mark, unless he's doing a Fabio flip, in which case he is an outside the box thinker. But
he's not going to live that down, Mark.
No, dude, but I love having Mark here because Mark is like that stability. I think we've all become so jaded. The rest of us, I mean, you've got Jason. Jason is like one of the most incredible researchers I've met. He's dead on with his information, but he's like me. He trusts nothing and no one. And literally, you could say the sky is blue and he's going to go outside and look at it and say, well, actually, if you want to be technical, it's really not that blue. It's not blue. That's a light. I mean, he would explain to you why it's not. Because
I'm at
that's
least
the
going to
nature.
confirm.
Yes, because that's the nature of who you are. And it's what makes you great at what you do. I've got David Campione. David has been in this crazy ass field that we like to call the semi-paranormal. I really don't even think I want to call it paranormal anymore.
For 70 years.
Decades. so much longer than many of us.
So it's
And he's
not
accumulated.
paranormal then. It's
Well,
just
it's
normal.
not.
It's
He's
normal.
not. It's, I would like, all right, maybe super nature, misunderstood nature. I mean, yeah, it doesn't really flow as well, but it's true. I mean, but Dave has got not only his own 70 years. What? I thought I heard. I think Raphael said something.
Rafi. That was Rafi.
No, it's not me. I ain't say nothing.
You glow.
Okay.
I know nothing.
Oh no, here he goes. Anyway, so David's not only got his own 70 years of accumulated information, but he's got the information, a lot of that he's got has been passed down. So this is a genetic thing for him where his father investigated and dug into a lot of this. So that's experience you cannot replace, especially on a panel like this, where just so much information that goes so many decades back. You've got Roger Hanson, and Roger, I'm telling you, I have never met such a mixture of a personality in my life as Roger. He knows I love him. He knows I love him dearly. I respect the snot out of him. I know.
Well, don't wipe your nose on his shirt, though, Nancy.
Well, no, he might actually go buy some baby oil and do something with that. So you're right. I know. We don't want him having any of my genetic material. We know that. No. But Roger is like one of the most brilliant people you'll ever meet. Again, so proud to have him on this panel. And you would never know it, because you can have a D&D conversation with this man for hours. And it's totally in right on spot, right on spec. I mean,
did someone mention about a Viking dwarf that rides on the back of a giant berserker?
We actually lost, folks, to my listeners, we actually lost control of the show one night because of a Viking freaking dwarf that haunted the show for the entire 2 hours and here I was actually trying to look it up because Mark kept telling me that he really lived. So here I am trying to look it up while these two are actually, oh God, don't remind me. But Mr. Roger Hanson, again, I am always thankful to have you on board. His knowledge in the occult is ridiculous. Just insane amounts of knowledge, historical knowledge. May not always agree or see eye to eye, but man, when we start comparing information, it is a very interesting combination. Like we were talking about magnetics in the chat this week, and what an incredible conversation.
And Nancy, guess what?
What?
Roger starts hosting through me
Cafe Enigma
this Saturday.
Wow. Congratulations,
Cafe
Roger.
Enigma.
Totally looking forward to that.
The whole panel here is invited.
Okay.
Awesome sauce. Oh, hang on. I got a military helicopter going over and he's kind of low. So it might get a little minute loud. Oh, there he goes.
What's Roger's schedule time, Mark, and what night or day?
Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern.
Hey.
Cool.
9 p.m. Eastern. Yeah.
Thank you, Mark. And Mark.
We had an entire conversation about even mixing up GMT times and
sorry, Mark.
Earlier.
8 o'clock Zulu time then. All right.
Oh, here we go. Welcome to our family. Okay, moving on. I've got Vicky. And Vicky, let me tell you.
I'm just
Vicky
weird.
brings no. You bring your own expertise to this panel. Anything theological that you want to throw in the mix, she's going to have not just a rebuttal to or an answer to or a question about. She is going to accurately quote where that can be found in the Bible, how it can be found in the Bible, why it's looked at this way. And you know what's funny, because I know Vicky has been through her fair share of bad times with people really going after her because of her beliefs, which I find horrific. I am one of the first people to tell you I might be a witch, and yeah, my type are people come after me all the time. I'm very used to it. I accept that as part of what I am, and I don't get angry at people. I don't get mad at them. That's them. 90% of the time that comes out of a place of fear. That's fine. When Vicky gets attacked, I get really mad because never have I met anybody as gentle as she is, even though Mark calls her the She-Hulk when she gets going, which it's kind of funny because it's partially true. But I mean, she's one of the most gentle women you'll ever meet in your life. Very soft-spoken, but very knowledgeable. So when she gets attacked, I tend to get really, really, really bent out of shape quickly. Nothing will light a fire under me faster than that will. And then last but not least, Rafael, my significant other, my mate like no other, Mr. Rafael Martinez. Been with me. Rafi has done shows with me since we started. I think I brought you on the air with me in 2012 was the first time. Literally from the ground up, just incredible wealth of information again. And he comes from more kind of like the Mark Edworthy, but different perceptions. He's very black and white with how he views things, but he's got his facts straight. And he has learned to look down the rabbit hole and not flinch. And that makes him really dangerous, which I love about him. And he embraces it, as we like to say. He embraces it. He loves finding out more information, and he loves being validated for what he's found.
That's
so
right.
I'm telling you. So again,
I'm taking that Victor lap today.
I know. We'll talk about that at the end of the show, though, because that's going to kind of wrap into the things. Because it really has been a very, very, very interesting week. Not just because of CERN. And CERN came up in the subject matter because literally they've been releasing press statements for the last 2 weeks regarding different things that they are capable of, different things that they're looking at, which makes it very interesting because as much as they put Max Laughlin down about his theory, they're kind of proving him to be somewhat correct. So makes that really interesting as we're moving forward. But again, me being me and you guys being you guys, I am so jaded when it comes to some of this stuff. My first thought is, are they doing this to set us up? Are they releasing this information because they're going to pull some kind of a stunt and they're going to need this as the backup reason as to why? This is what caused it. Because 99% of the time when something major occurs, the governments that be, intelligence agencies that be, whoever you want to refer or however you want to refer to them as, to some it would be extraterrestrial interference, to quite a few actually. That's actually becoming more and more common. Whatever it is, whomever it is, they've already worked out the entire Hegelian dialectic and played it out before we are even told what's happening. So in other words, before the event happens, they've already played the whole damn thing out. Exactly how it's going to happen, how they're going to set it up, what they're going to do, and how we're going to react, and then how they're going to react. It's all already been pre-formatted. We found that out with 9/11, and I'm sure Jason and Raphael would both agree with me on that one. The whole thing was planned out exactly how it went down. I think what they did not see coming was the fact that people didn't let it go as fast as they thought they would. They dug in harder. In other words, like Building 7. Too many people saw the news conference or the news report that Building 7 had gone down. Well, while they're giving it, Building 7 is actually standing behind them, still hadn't gone down yet. So they were giving very prophetic news reports, apparently. Not just that, but, all the different reports that were coming out of the buildings, the different stories that they were cutting out of the newsreels. In other words, you would see it as they were going live, you would hear the interview live, and then suddenly you couldn't find the interview because it didn't match the story that they wanted told. So again, we have a systemic issue with what we can trust and what we cannot trust. And there's always that thought process, what are they setting us up for now? What horrific thing are they going to try to pull and try to blame something stupid like CERN? Oh, look, half the world just disappeared into a black hole. It was CERN. Nothing intentional, though. And again, but it's, I mean, it's, think about it. That's, I am that jaded when I think about things, because I think, yeah, it could actually be that CERN is going to cause us something masterfully horrible.
Trust the
But in the same,
science.
yeah, trust the science. But again, I never understood. I mean, I never understood why we needed a collider to begin with. I remember when the LHC was first christened and opened and brought online, or supposedly brought online. I think it was online well before that, but they had made, well, this is going to be, we are going to be at the forefront of science, and we are going to figure out exactly how the Big Bang worked. And I'll never forget it. I was watching the thing and I'm thinking to myself, why would you want to try to recreate the Big Bang where we live? What brain surgeon thought that was an intelligent idea? I mean, I understand there's a quest for information. I understand we are, as humans, we are constantly looking for knowledge to explain ourselves, our existence, all of it. But you don't find that out by repeating the steps that were an explosive, supposedly, creation. I can't get my head around it when they say it's not dangerous, and then you read the actual specs of the collider and what the collider does every time it's flipped on, and how much of a shock actually ripples into the core of the planet because of the amount of power it takes to run the collider. And the fact that it actually, the first time it flipped on, it failed because it took out the entire city's power supply. I mean,
oh, great.
People, you didn't know that? Oh yeah, first time it powered it up, took out all their power.
Do you remember about a month and a half ago when all of, or a large part of France anyway, a large part of Switzerland, and this is about a month and a half ago, and that's the first thing I thought, was that CERN? I mean, it's right there. Spain, a large part of Spain lost their juice.
Yep. In fact, it may have been CERN, because CERN was active at that time, so it's possible. But guys, I got to take us out to our first break. When we return, we're going to get into it a little bit more with CERN. Mark Edworthy, I see you frustrated. You can talk first when we come back from the break. Hang in there, guys. We'll return in a few moments with the Vixen's Vault.
All right, we are on radio break.
I can see you over there, Mark. You're not doing the Fabio flip either, because I made you super conscious of that.
As far as reason, your Spanish thing, that was put down to sort of to Spanish infrastructure. That was down to just for maintenance.
But the thing is, Mark, they always put it down to poor maintenance. That's the problem I have. It's always the same, I guess you could say, excuse. And it's like, okay, so you're telling me you knocked out 3 countries because of
That's what I was going to say. It's 3 countries, not the entire countries, but 3 large parts. I'm not saying it's definitely CERN, but because it was right in the neighborhood there, I'd be lying if I said it was the first thing that came to mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, they thought they actually tried to push it off too, because there was a large solar flare at that time. And they were trying to say,
we all know that it takes more energy than that to summon Shiva. Come on.
Oh, God.
Not today, Satan.
Oh, yeah. Not today, Satan.
Not today.
But I know.
That's right. We got power packs that we reverse engineered from UFOs that can power whole entire countries that are about the size of like briefcases. Yeah, let's do it.
That's right. Yeah, I got one right here, Mark.
Power packs don't exist, dude. Everybody keeps talking that crap. They've been trying to come up with power packs since the 80s and stuff, man.
Localized small nuclear fission fusion. I always get the two confused. But localized sort of district-based nuclear power plants.
Well, but think about it, guys. Even if they did come up with something the size of a suitcase that could power an entire country, they would never, ever give us that technology, because they're not going to make money off of it.
It's not just money. It's control.
Maintenance. Remember, in the UK, you don't pay for the water supply itself. You pay for the maintenance of the infrastructure of the water, so all the pipes and stuff.
Yeah, how else will that dwarf use the power of his particle projection axes when he goes into battle?
Oh no!
Well, no, I mean, in this case, you still got to maintain the wires. You still got to maintain the infrastructure for the power to get to your, I don't know, computer.
You know what though?
Or your house.
200, not even 100 years ago, people were still cranking by hand out of wells, and everybody had water.
Well, look at that toilet.
You didn't have to levitate water back in the old days. I remember that.
I mean, the great stink of London.
Even David could probably remember those days. Right, David?
No, I grew up in the city, so we always had water.
You guys have heard of
back in Bedrock.
You guys have heard of the great stink of London, haven't you?
Yeah.
Okay, it's like that was caused because of the flush toilet, dude.
We got about a minute. Do you have any notice from your guest yet, Nancy?
No, I just checked the IM to see if he was there. Nothing there yet. I will tell you guys.
We'll try to get him in at the top of the hour then.
Just understand with Jason. Jason is a disabled military vet, so he does have like different like amputations, an amputation military vet. So he's got different appointments and stuff that he does every day. So
I won't share my meds with him if he doesn't share his with me. Anyways, 30 seconds. All right, I promise.
Actually, I should check the.
Nancy,
how'd your surgery go, David?
Yeah, well,
here's your countdown. David, keep track of the countdowns while we're at it too.
All right.
I'm having a great time tonight right now, as you can tell. Oh yeah.
He just asked. 5, 4, him how he's
3,
doing.
2, 1, and you're live right now, Nancy.
Oh, welcome back to the Vixen's Vault, folks. Today's date is September the 3rd, 2025. It is 9:29 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it's funny because I'm listening to everybody talking at the same time on our break, and I had posted something earlier this week on my Facebook, basically making fun of Zoom calls. It's saying I finally remembered what Zoom calls remind me of, and if y'all remember the Muppet Show. When they used to do the panel, and they had like, what was the name of that show that had like the tic tac? Literally, I was like, that's it. That's
Zoom calls are kind of like crank anchors, right?
Oh God, but it's like that here too, except it's not a Zoom call. It's like everybody's talking at one time. Mark Edworthy gets frustrated because he's trying to talk, and everybody is out talking him, unfortunately. But yeah, welcome back to the show, everybody. It's really, really interesting because, again, CERN is active, by the way, for those who were listening the first part of the show. We were discussing CERN and whether or not they may have done something that caused us to slide a timeline or slide between dimensions or alter our reality as we see it. And Max Laughlin, the young man who theorized that this happened, basically had, with his theory, he was trying to explain the Mandela effect. And the Mandela effect is, we've all experienced the Mandela effect. I don't know anybody that hasn't experienced it. And I know a lot of people, a lot of psychologists actually will say that, it's just a brain thing. It's a glitch. But to me, a glitch is a singular event. In other words, a singular person will have a glitch about certain things. When you have a large swath of the population who's having the same glitch, that's more than a memory thing. Okay, there's something else going on. And I think the Fruit of the Loom, as an example, or the Jiffy thing is another example where a large swath of people remember it very solidly as being one way. And that's not, they're telling us that's not, it was never that way. So again, it's not just one event. There's, I think, I saw a list of over 100 different things. And I found it very, very, very interesting because there is no easy explanation for that, especially not in the day and age of television, where you're seeing things over and over and it imprints in your head. It's one of the dangers of TV. They call it the boob tube for a reason. It's almost a form of hypnosis in some ways. It's literally implanting images into your memory over and over and over. So when you are suddenly told that something that you've known since childhood is not accurate, and it's not just you or maybe a handful of people that remembered it that way, it's like most people remembering it that way, yeah, you're going to scratch your head and say, what exactly caused that? And why is it prevalent now?
Can I tell you the biggest anomaly I think I've ever seen? Well, here's two of them. All right. So there's the movie, oh God, I don't know if it was Thunderball, whatever the 007 movie was, where at the end they had Jaws, remember? And there was a girl with the braces.
Yep. Moonraker.
And they just kind of...
Moonraker. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Listen, I mean, I remember that. I mean, my stepfather was an avid 007 fan. And the joke just, there would have been no context for that joke. That and Luke, I am your father. Every little boy who has ever watched or even been remotely familiar with Star Wars knows Luke, I am your father. I'm telling you, put it in, take your VHS from the set, whatever you got, Betamax, and it will say, no, I am your father. Those two, and of course you got the
Han Solo shot first.
I'll be back.
Han Solo shot first.
And E.T. Phone Home.
Yeah.
Like I said,
I'll be back.
They say it's home phone instead of phone home. They say it's home phone.
Yeah,
you got to be kidding me! I didn't hear that one. Phone home, huh?
It's new. I put it in the chat. Yeah, these guys that
what
recently.
a trip.
Or when you go biblically, it says, was it the lamb laying down with the lion or the lamb laying down with the wolf?
It's the wolf.
I'm familiar with that one.
It was always the lion.
Yeah, that's what they say, the lion. You're right.
Lion's prevalent in the Levant, or it was at one time, where the wolf wasn't. So that makes perfect sense.
But like I said, see, we are a panel of how many people, all different age ranges. I mean, we're all over the place in many ways. I think we're all Generation X. Oh no, a couple of you guys may not be Gen X. You may be actually older than that. Okay, but here we are having this discussion, going, no, that's not how I remember it, and literally, this is what I mean. Too many of us remember it one way, and we're being told that is not what it was. That's not a psychology thing. That's not a singular memory glitch. That's not even.
It's confabulation. Confabulation, which is speaking it in, the holes in and things like that. That is a psychological thing that people do.
Yes, but not. I don't think to this
degree.
Not this.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
everyone knows it was Publishers Clearinghouse. Everyone knows it was Publishers Clearinghouse.
You're reading the list, aren't you?
I mean, I don't even believe in it. I mean, I'm like 50-50. I'll argue either side of the Mandela effect. I think we spoke about that my first Wednesday. And I was talking about Ross, Ben, etc. I find it fascinating. But, I mean, there's just got to be something to it. I mean, it's real simple. I remember watching with my stepfather and seeing the little blonde girl with the little pigtails and her, metal ass braces. And today they're not there.
My husband said the same thing.
Hey, you remember the first Star Wars, where Han Solo shot first, and now he doesn't.
That's right.
That I don't.
First. That's right. Oh, I didn't even think about that. That's right.
I think I remember seeing some article where they said they actually changed it themselves. I guess they're trying to make it more politically correct, or give Han Solo a less edgy vibe, I guess.
I never watched it.
Wow.
I never watched it because of that. They have all that woke ideology in it. Star Wars has turned into nothing but a horrible, horrible freaking tragedy.
Well, I mean, that's a whole other show we could do. Disney.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Zelda.
Yeah.
Zelda. That's the hot topic.
Well, it's funny because even with Disney, I was saying to somebody, if you ever watch like Iron Man and you look at when they're showing his father's, Tony Stark's father, and he shows his outline for, the great city being powered by, his whatever, the Ark. That's what it was. Now, if you actually look at, Walt Disney's plans for Disney World and even Epcot, it looks almost identical. It's like you look at those plans and you're like, what are we missing here? What are we missing here? What are they trying to tell us? Because that's almost identical. So it's like I said, you could do a whole entire show just on Disney because there's so many things there that don't make sense. And literally, as we know now, Disney is like synonymous with pedophilia and with big issues when it comes to society, really big ones. In fact,
with big media, right?
Yeah, well, and for those on the panel that aren't aware, I mean, obviously we're in Florida, we're not that far from Disney, and I can tell you the county right next to Disney, Polk County, is like their sheriff, Grady Judd, is like at least every 2 months making massive pedophile busts, like 70 to 90 people easily. And half the time, at least 4 or 5 of those people work at Disney, are connected to Disney.
Yeah.
So scary. It's really scary because all the children that are in that park, and the fact that
the tunnels underneath Disney,
the tunnels,
so many tunnels that they move around all the participants for Disney to move around in the costume, and that's where a lot of it goes on, and into the changing rooms, and that it never ends.
I can tell you that with Disney, if a child goes missing inside Disney's land, their property, it does not get reported to the press, which I thought was like, I was like, are you kidding me? It's like kitty heaven, and you're telling me that when kids disappear there, it doesn't get reported to the press? And they said there's been quite a few.
Own control down there. That's what our governor tried to stop it and shut it down because of that, or part of it. And I don't know if he was successful or not. I guess not. So it's still operational. Yeah, it's not a fun.
Sorry, guys, I'm having dog difficulties. I got to mute for a minute.
Oh, okay. Well, that's all right. Yeah, and
there we go.
Okay.
Dave,
Sorry
I think there are still legal cases going on. I think Governor of Florida, Dan, can't think of his name, but I think I seem to I keep on occasionally or often come across reports on this. I think there's still cases still being investigated, still, especially in relation to land ownership and similar sort of issues.
Yes, he went after their the trust, and rightfully so, because the way it was set up, it was to no advantage of the state of Florida or its citizens, and absolute advantage to Disney Corporation, and it was ridiculously imbalanced, ridiculously so. So, and not only that, like I said, Disney has been synonymous with trafficking and pedophilia for well over a decade. And the sheriff of the adjoining county has made that very clear. And so, why, if he's going to go out, I like Ron DeSantis. I always figured, he at least has the balls to go after them. Somebody needs to. And I mean, as of today, in fact, Mark, I thought Mark Edworthy was going to have an absolute heart attack in my chat today, because I dumped an article in there about the Florida Surgeon General, who went national today, did a news conference, and basically banned all vaccines in the state of Florida.
Woo,
so
yay.
in Florida now, the children are not
mandatory anymore.
It's not mandatory. They do not have to be vaccinated.
Wonderful.
Actually, I
Thank God.
reconsidered what my comment after, or my couple of comments afterwards, and I've come down to the opinion that rather than mandate and do it like the UK does, obviously get approval from the guardian or parents, but base the entire thing on encouragement and education.
Like I said, Mark, I mean, my whole thing with the vaccines, and like I said, they don't give you, number one, our pharmaceutical companies here in the States are heavily protected. They do not have to explain anything. They do not have to release the side effects. So in other words, when somebody gets seriously damaged by a vaccine, they take it to something called vaccine court, which is a totally separate court system. It's totally separate judicial from our actual justice system. And they give them an award, but then those people are gagged. They cannot speak about it. So, like I said, things like Gardasil, which was, in fact, right now it makes me want to puke because there are commercials on TV tailored to like 8-year-old children for Gardasil. Gardasil is for an STD.
Yeah.
Why are you selling an STD vaccine to 8-year-old children? Oh, well, they might be active soon. Are you people out of your friggin' minds?
And real quick, why are boys being given Gardasil when they don't have a Ceravax?
One thing I absolutely dislike about the US is the sort of lax the lax requirements in relation to advertising pharmaceuticals.
And you can say that, but IG Farben actually was the mother company for Bayer, so you really need to hush it down on your snobbery and your British well-to-do-ness, Mr. Edworthy.
We should have known that there was big trouble in Little China when Bayer and Monsanto merged. And I mean, like I said, that's big trouble, Little China right there, because you got pharma and food merging. Yeah. Not a good thing. No. And then I think on top of that, you had, I want to say, Blackwater was involved in that somehow too. And that I was like, wait a minute, that's militant. now you got like guerrilla militant, like mixed in with pharma and food. This is problematic in a huge way. And nobody, I couldn't believe our government allowed it. I'm like, what the hell? But they did. And, you come to find out later that Hillary Clinton, of course, actually worked for and represented partially, different aspects of Monsanto in her early career. So no surprise there. Mm-hmm. But, again, we're looking at things that we should have known better. And for a Surgeon General to have to stand up and basically quote the Constitution in a press conference to explain to people that the government had no right in any way, shape, form, or reality, no right to mandate any type of medical procedure on the people, ever,
That's wonderful.
Especially on the children.
Yeah.
So it was, I literally couldn't believe my ears when I listened to it, because I was like, I knew he was anti-vaccine. But he's not anti-vaccine because he doesn't believe in medical progression. He does, but he doesn't feel that he feels that they've caused more of a problem than they help.
Right.
And he's not wrong.
Well, it's what they add into it. It's the aluminum and the mercury that they put into them.
It suppresses natural immunity. So what we've done, like with the flu vaccine, is my favorite example. There are 700 different strands now of the flu?
Yeah.
Like, it's a ridiculous number of different strands of the flu. And why did that happen? That happened because they started vaccinating, and strands kept mutating. It's the same thing that happened with COVID. You know, and that's what killed me, because they knew that. They know that's what happens, and they kept accelerating the schedule for COVID, more and more vaccines at a faster period. And it's like it kept splitting and mutating.
Well, that's so they could make more and more lethal stuff.
So that's it. It's a constant source of revenue.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, with
the
Gardasil,
CDC is known for that. That's the CDC is the primary vaccine. That's what they do. They make vaccines. You'd never think that.
That's the other problem. The CDC is not a government agency. The CDC is private.
Privately owned. Yep.
It's privately owned. And so, you know, you've got a bunch of money.
Yeah.
Yes.
They make that's the most thing they do is make vaccines.
Well, vaccines and bioweapons.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, you know, that's encouraging. Vaccines and bioweapons.
The Centers for Disease and Control and Prevention, is overseen by the Department of Health and Human Services. So, if the CDC oversteps its mark, then surely that's for the department.
We're seeing that. We're seeing that battle right now play out here in the States, Mark. Because you're right. By the way it was set up, it is supposed to be overseen by DHS, which would be Robert Kennedy. That's his domain. But see, now they just went through and flat out fired a lot of people at the CDC, who are now trying to sue, saying that the government has no right to fire them because they are not a government agency. So again, they're stepping on their own feet here with this, but a lot of other people actually have quit in the past 4 days. Like, there's been a mass exodus from the CDC. And I had turned to Rafi. In fact, the other day I said, they're about to turn it loose. I said, they're going to turn all the information about the vaccines loose, because these people are bailing as fast as you can say 1, 2, 3. And Trump called it out over the weekend, basically saying that as far as he knew, Operation Warp Speed was a success, because all the papers he was shown, all the statistics he was shown, showed him it was a success. So he commanded all of the pharmaceutical companies to release their documentation to the public. The documentation that he was shown to prove one thing for all.
This, in theory, could go on for years. Pfizer could take them to court, and then when the court case fails, then they can appeal. It could take forever.
No, because the people have become enraged at what they did.
Yes.
They're going to become enraged. Seriously.
Yeah, but there's the old British saying, today's newspaper's headlines is tomorrow's chip paper.
Well, it's Mark, put it this way. The logic I'm looking at is, okay, it's like the Epstein files. Okay, let's just take that as our primary example. Trump wants those files public. Believe me, he wants them public. So what does he do? He says, who cares? It's passé. It happened. The guy's dead. Who cares? It means nothing. Move on. Too many other important things going on. Knowing full well that the liberal press was going to say, what's he hiding? Because they're idiots, and they don't learn from they did this with his taxes. It's like, guys, are you that stupid? You don't remember that you just did this?
I don't know. I think just listening to his response when he had Bondi next to him, and he said, well, are people still talking about this guy, this creep? We're doing all the others. Not for nothing,
what happened?
But I got kind of a sixth sense about people when they're shook up and they're you know what I mean, feeling like they want to pass the hot potato off. And I definitely got that feeling from Trump there. I'm just saying, I don't agree. I think he totally doesn't want that out there. And I think that's why a lot of the stuff that's happening right now is happening, because we need distractions, etc. And boy, have we had distraction after distraction after distraction. That's just my opinion.
But you haven't seen what did you see what happened today? I mean, they interviewed the actual victims today. And let me tell you, yesterday and today, actually both days, because I know Luna went public today, and woof, she was hot.
It was bad.
So they,
I mean, wanted
so they interviewed
Andrew,
some. What's the victims? I mean, the victim.
The youngest one, from what I understand, the youngest one, and they did not release her name because of her age, was 14.
Right. So a couple victims.
And yeah, multiple victims. They're saying, I think it was a total of like 30, quite a few. And they said not one victim had anything to do with Trump. And the fact is that the names
looking
on the
like
list,
Elaine's going to be getting out.
I'm telling you, that, and I also I saw a drop on the dark web, and I had said this to you guys a couple weeks ago that Diddy had rolled. And I was like, I knew that. I knew it as soon as they did that whole court thing. When that came to an end, it would never have ended like that if he wasn't singing like a bird.
How about this for a goalpost that doesn't? If Trump goes ahead and forgives Ghislaine in the end, if somehow he pardons her, will that be enough?
I don't know if she'll get forbidden. No, I don't think she will be. Honestly, because there's. The way I look at it is,
if he did, would that be enough to part ways with? It
would depend on why he did it. What did she give up? I mean, if she gives up Israel,
very good answer. Very good answer.
That is a good answer.
You know what I mean? Yeah, give me info, and I want your handlers. I don't want. I mean, I want. Yeah. So I'll give you that. Good answer.
I mean, if she gives him Israel on a platter or the Mossad on a platter, okay.
I don't see that happening, but
did she ever release the 100 names like she said she was gonna do?
I don't know, but I know there was one of the victims went public and did a press conference and said she was going to personally release the names of the ones she had encountered, and they were big names. So oh yeah, I put that on my Facebook today.
Was that Mace? Was it Mace?
No. Nancy Mace was the representative. She was in tears coming out of that interview room.
Yeah,
like in tears. But with Nancy Mace, because I know Nancy Mace has always been associated to Deep State, I have to wonder: was she in tears because of what she heard, or was she in tears because of whose names she heard?
Mm-hmm.
I heard that she had been a victim of sexual assault. So.
That would not surprise me.
Yeah.
But you could tell by her body language, she was really, this was not an act. She was upset. But again, it's very interesting timing. And I'm going to segue later with this because I know Rafi wants to talk about what happened with the IRS. But I got to take us out to break. And when we come back, it is a segue with this because, again, it's another action that Trump is doing that nobody is seeing. And it's huge. Hang in there, guys. When we come back, we're going to return with more of the Vixen's Fault in just a moment.
All right, we are on radio break.
Yeah, that's like I said, it's been, and then you've got, again, that Atlas, the 31 Atlas that they
we didn't even get to that yet.
Michio Kaku released a statement on that this
what
weekend.
What about that new planet or that dwarf star that's coming in, the Nemesis?
Yep.
In battle axes.
Oh, leave that alone. Troublemaker.
So much.
This thing apparently is going to come into the ecliptic plane and do like a circle around every one of the planets, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
A slingshot. It's orbit and slingshot. Yep.
And he's carrying, and he's got two planets with him, two smaller ones.
Yeah. Right.
I know that.
God knows what's going to happen.
Well, again, think about it though, guys. Why does this sound familiar? Why does this sound familiar? If you go by the translations of the Sanskrit that were done in 1976, it sounds like Nibiru, doesn't it? On an
well, they said Nibiru is one of the planets that's pulling he's pulling along.
Yeah,
the second one.
Yep.
Oh, you're being serious.
Oh, I'm being dead serious.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It matches the story.
Wow.
Yeah, this is 2030. It's supposed to come through. Yeah, 2030s.
You'll really have nothing.
Why does the year 2030 always crop up? Oh, quite often crop up, anyway.
Numerology,
because
man.
It's
something major.
It's a Mandela effect.
No.
Yeah, that too.
The number
That too.
3 with a 0. The 0 is, according to numerology, 0, it makes it more important. So you have the number 3 and then 0.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, every
All
10
right, we're
year
going to get cut off
increment,
with this one real quick. So
Okay.
All
I'm
right.
what we
leaving.
do, I'm going to take a short breather, and then we're going to take and connect back up on the next one.
2.
That way you can take it right up to the 57-minute, 58-minute mark. Ants. And she's gone. There she goes. Like, and the rest of us are like a herd of turtles, but that's fine.
Herd of turds. Herd of turds.
Oh no.
Here we go. We get
This
picked
is like
off
the
one at
after
a
show
time.
right now. The in-between after show.
The in-between
we'll be right
after
back
show.
after. We'll be right back after this. I'm going to set up the next one. There we go. Yeah. Gonna join into that one. Let's see if it'll allow me. Oh yeah, that Rafael Martinez guy. Yeah. Admit all. And even the hostess with the most. Yeah, and that Roger guy and Jack Carey and all them. Yeah, maybe even Mark Edward. There we are. We're coming. We're gonna get this together, right? Something like that. Mm-hmm.
I was trying to get in Jason. Oh, there he is. Okay.
There he is.
Yeah,
I gave
was
Jason
pushing
the
button
link
there.
earlier. Now I gotta
okay.
go over to OBS and switch this. Oh no, I just gotta take in.
We're already switched.
So we're good.
Yeah, we're good. I
No,
don't know how
on
that
the
happened.
OBS, on the broadcaster side.
Good that Mark Edwards
Hey,
is
Nancy,
gone. Oh,
are
there
you
he
there?
is.
Yeah, Nancy.
That
Nancy,
troublemaker.
are you there? No. I wanted to ask her a question about
She's there.
something,
She's
so,
there. Give her a second. She's there.
yeah, I see her in here, but she's probably dealing with the dog, so I don't know. But anyway, if she can hear me, I just wanted to know if she went to one of those because I was reading about the CERN stuff and Montauk and everything, and the information you were talking about Montauk. There was in I think it was 1992 or 93. I was down in Tampa with some kind of survival meeting. I don't even know what. And there was this guy Al Bielek. I don't know if you've heard that name, but he was on with his brother. They were in the Philadelphia Naval Yard aboard the USS Eldridge when they went and took it out. And when they moved it out, and then when they came back, and all those people were here, okay.
That was weird.
Yeah.
I was there and then I disconnected, threw me out.
I don't know why.
Yeah, I did. I saw that. Yeah, I just put you back in. Yeah, when you clicked in. But anyway, are you familiar with the Al Bielek and the USS Eldridge out of Philadelphia Navy Yard with his brother?
Yes.
When they sent it? Because he came out. He was at a survival meeting or something down in Tampa in 92 or 93, and it was the first time he was speaking to the public, and he was talking about it. And I said, "What the hell is he talking about? I never even heard it. I heard about it." And this guy's talking and discussing this whole thing. But he was a friend of mine up in North Carolina. He was he knew him personally, and he said, "Oh yeah, he was there." And that's when he saw the body, and within the metal of the deck of the ships, and in the bulkheads and everything else when it came back. So,
well, and the theory that I was going with when that was, they believed that whole occurrence was them a manipulation, that they tore a rift, obviously, and that the Eldridge became displaced, and I think that kind of matches kind of what Max Laughlin was talking about with CERN. If you actually break it down to a quantum physics level, it's the same type of event. And you have to wonder if that's kind of what CERN was doing. Were they trying to were they trying to alter our timeline? But I wanted to have Jason on because Jason was talking about something that occurred previous to the Eldridge. Same exact type of deal. Where the ship disappeared and reappeared. Well,
Is
You know,
did you get a hold of him? Is he coming?
I'm still trying to. It's weird though, because even my connection obviously is having issues, and I'm not sure why, because I have full power on everything.
Okay. Well, that's because we talked about Disney.
Oh God, I get so frustrated with Disney.
All right.
Because
Well,
it's such a
look in the chat here and scroll up a little bit. DK did drop some comments in chat, and I copied and pasted them over for you to talk about when we get back as well.
Going. Okay, that's
It's
Vicky.
about advertising. The United States and I guess New Zealand or someplace are the only places that.
Oh yeah,
chat?
yeah, I saw that, Mark.
Part one.
In the last one in.
Okay, I see it.
Chat.
I see it now.
Okay.
I was in the second one. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's our only countries.
Yeah, so
where
is it?
So New Zealand and U.S. are the only advertises medical from the pharmaceuticals on TV.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, I was wondering about Australia.
Well, I don't
know if they
I was
do or
thinking
don't.
Canada, but I doubt Canada. But Australia, I think maybe. Maybe.
It's Vicky. It's in Legion of Chaos Part 1.
Now, Nancy, what the heck is this plane here? Whatever it is in the water. What is this thing?
Oh, that is DARPA's new drone.
No way. Oh, nice. Are you kidding?
Nope.
Something that's prototype called a manta ray.
Yeah.
UV.
Yep. So like I said, it's funny because again, if there's a public photo of it, which there obviously is, it's already outdated.
Yeah.
And that is likely a lot of the UAV reports that we get of, objects coming out of the water, probably them. So, I mean, it's crazy because when they release these images, you look at it and you say, well, that looks a lot like what they were reporting.
30 seconds.
Coast of California.
Remotely controlled unmanned underwater vehicle. I was trying to work out what you use.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yep. Pretty cool though, huh?
Yeah, it's really neat. Neat craft.
They have some neat toys.
All right, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
And welcome back, folks. It was our long break for the evening. I think it's usually about 10 minutes. We are back with the Vixen's Vault live. It is 10:04 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The date is September the 3rd, 2025. I am your hostess, the Wicked Vixen. Welcome back to the show, everybody. So while we were on break, my producer, Mark, pointed out to me that DK, one of our avid listeners and who has joined us on the panel several times, had left several comments and he had pasted them over to me. So I'm going to repeat each comment so the listeners can hear it. Basically, when we were talking about vaccines, the efficacy, the trials, and the way the states advertise and who they actually target in their advertising, he had made the comment, America and New Zealand are the only two countries that allow medicine to be advertised on TV. He is correct with that. I know somebody. Go ahead,
I was just going to say prescribed medicine on TV. Things like aspirin and paracetamol. A lot of countries do, but yeah, prescribed medicines.
I was going to say, well, in your country, everything's prescribed. So there's that. You guys prescribe vitamins.
I can I can easily go down to the nearest supermarket and pick up paracetamol or aspirin or cough syrup or something.
So we call that over the counter.
I was going to say, y'all prescribe vitamins. Like vitamins. What?
Vitamins.
Vitamins.
Only if there's a severe medical need.
God.
Yeah. But you can still buy them without prescriptions.
I was going to say, I do actually have prescription herbs, and not the marijuana type, but my neurosurgeon prescribed me amplified sedative for nerves. In other words, I am not a person who obviously ascribes to big pharma. I'd rather go natural if possible. And my neurosurgeon knows that about me. So he, writes out these special scripts that are just like the cowabunga of the nerve
Wow.
herbal.
That's amazing.
Yeah, he's great. I love
you get these medicines filled at CVS or Rite Aid? Get that there, or is it somewhere?
Actually, these were filled at the office, at the doctor's office. He gets them directly. Yep.
So, do they have a compounding pharmacy?
He still has his license. Yeah, that's really cool.
No, he does, but it's funny because like when I look up how much these things would cost if I got them independently, it's like one of them was like $1,200 for a bottle of like 40. It's like insanely expensive, but they are powerful. Like one is a combination of valerian root and GABA and a couple other things like to the umpteenth degree. So it's like, woof.
It's anesthesia. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much. But I know he said to me, it's not something he does regularly. He does keep them in the office because he has other patients who are like me and prefer the natural methods. But he said, at least he knows that I'm aware enough to never take something like that and try to drive because it's natural and it's not illegal. People would think it would be fine to just pop that pill and drive. And trust me, you're going to drive right the hell into the swamp if you take one of those things and try to drive.
Valerian's pretty strong.
And just make friends with the alligators while you're down there.
Oh, well, not just the valerian, Vicky, the GABA. I mean, GABA is the
pretty
GABA
bad,
pen.
Yeah.
It's like, it's strong stuff. But, I appreciate that I have a doctor that sees multiple aspects to things and, realizes that big pharma is not always the way to go, which I love. But getting back to DK, his second statement was no vaccine has gone through an actual placebo trial. It's tested against other vaccines. And he is 100% correct on that. And that is something that anti-vaxxers have pointed out over and over again. And it's something that Robert Kennedy has now pointed out. It's a crime against humanity to actually, they guinea pig these things on us. And obviously a lot of times it's not good results because how many times have you all read that, they find out 5-10 years later, they killed this many people because of this side effect, that, we didn't know. We can't tell for sure how many it killed.
Especially
thought
in
it was
Africa.
we just thought it was a heart attack. Okay, well, if they weren't receiving the prescription for heart conditions, why else would there be a heart attack? I mean, but again, he's right. And with the vaccines, because they were so largely prescribed and mandated, like you couldn't protect your kid if you wanted to. I mean, some of these, even the measles, Vicky, you've heard me say it before. I think it's ridiculous that we have a measles vaccine. Absolutely insane.
The only one you really need is smallpox because that one does serious damage. But they don't give
it anymore. Well, they don't even give the smallpox one anymore.
Right, because we allegedly eradicated it. And that one in your skin, that was like a scratch thing, which is kind of like when it first was done, was, when Jenner did the cowpox thing, and then scratched. But
actually, I still have I think it's my smallpox. I have a scar from my smallpox.
I don't have one, and I'm older than you.
Yeah, it's like a pucker in my arm.
Yeah.
In fact, Mark had pointed out, Edworthy had pointed out in the chat, he was talking about polio. And I kind of went back at him and said, well, now they're finding out that the polio vaccine causes cancer. Yeah. That's a big problem. And
I actually just had to check smallpox vaccines in the UK was compulsory until 1971. So considering I was born in 76, I sort of missed. Yeah.
Yeah, I know here it was compulsory to almost, I want to say 1980.
It was because I didn't get one. I thought it stopped.
I know, I have one.
1950. Yeah. My husband has one, but he's 59. But I don't. I guess
it may have been where you were at.
Yeah.
Well, I know that when I was in school and I had to take the tetanus shots, that what they did is they combined them all into one shot by the time I was in school. Like you went in and you got your tetanus shots. Yeah, they combined all of those shots into one, and then they just
Yeah, the
hit you with
DVD.
it.
It was the diphtheria, pertussis, and tetanus. That was
Tetanus. Yep.
together. But that was,
And
I thought that was a oral thing.
I think
no,
it's
not initially. It wasn't.
That's a needle.
Shot,
That's,
tetanus
I
is a
was told
shot.
tetanus
I
was
think-
something you got after you step on a rake or after the fact. Like,
Yeah.
oh, we got to get you your tetanus shot.
No,
I'm
no,
not
you
sure
get the
it's called in
tetanus
the US,
before you
but
step on a rake.
That's a booster. Actually,
You're
Oh,
supposed to
when
get
you,
it every
Alright.
5 years or 10 years.
I was going to say it's
something
a
like that.
booster,
Yeah.
and
I thought it was
that's another
15
one.
years for the tetanus.
I thought it
Yeah.
was 7,
I thought it
but
was
I mean,
10.
Oh, I don't know.
it's funny because that's another shot that they're saying is not good for you.
The
So
last time I was at CVS picking up meds, there was a whooping cough thing. It said, oh, if get your whooping cough vaccine.
oh yeah,
Whooping cough.
whooping
Yeah,
cough, and
Well,
then
That's
I
there's
haven't heard that.
yeah, that's
Pertussis.
pertussis, and
Uh-huh.
they
An
also are
old
doing.
one.
What's the
Diphtheria
other
and
one?
pertussis.
They're doing RSV. Now, the one thing about pertussis as well as RSV is those are childhood viruses. Those are things that you get when you're very, very young or very, very old and have zero immunity. I
Right.
mean, these are not commonly things that normal people catch as, in their adulthood. It's just, that's whooping
Yeah.
cough. In fact, that's the main reason why they don't want babies flying when they're super little, because of whooping cough and croup.
Yeah.
I'm on planes.
True.
So-
Yeah. Boy, I haven't heard those names.
Well,
Yeah.
Strange.
yeah. And we usually, I
Whooping
don't know,
cough.
they're able to fix that pretty easily, or we don't have it pertussis like we used to. Which
Oh,
is
I couldn't
good.
believe the RSV one. I was like, why are they offering vaccines for RSV for adults? That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. That's a childhood thing.
Yeah.
So
Money.
Well,
It's all about the
yeah.
money.
You
Yeah.
mentioned
Well, with German measles, German
you
measles,
mentioned that
the women have to take.
whooping cough is given to babies.
Right.
But reading here in the UK, whooping cough vaccines are offered to pregnant women between
They shouldn't.
or
Oh.
at the schedule of 8 to 12 or 8 to 12 to 16 weeks old.
That's because they're trying to pass that immunity on to the infant, to the fetus.
But you
That's
shouldn't
not
be giving
smart.
a pregnant woman
Oh,
a
no.
shot. I'm sorry.
No.
No.
Way
that
bad.
doesn't- Yeah. I had to get, I think it was a German measles, the MMR, the German measles one, because that's the one that you can have. It doesn't last forever, and you can get problems if you're pregnant and you get that, and problems with the fetus. But everything else is mumps, measles, mumps.
These are, but here's the thing, they're not deadly.
lethal. No.
I don't understand it. I mean, I'm like, why are we giving vaccine? Even the flu is generally not lethal. It's not. Your body fights it off.
And if you do have a problem, you go to the doctor, but it's usually the adults, like measles or mumps would be a problem for the adults, or measles, they could get an encephalitis or something. But that's a complication, but you have to have the genetics to get that.
Yeah, I was
Well,
going
it's
to
not
say,
that.
over 70, I think in the UK, standard practice is over 70, and people with issues such as diabetes or several cancers, I suppose, kidney cancer I've heard of. It's only a specific group that it's recommended for.
Is that whooping cough? Is it you're talking about?
Sorry, flu jab.
Flu.
Okay,
Yeah.
Flu shot.
Oh no, here it's like mass hysteria every year. They ramp up the commercials.
Here in the States, they'll let you walk right into the drugstore and just say, yeah, you know what? I want that whooping cough. And they'll say, yep, we got you.
I know, it's true. He's not lying. It's true. In fact, I think I told you guys that with their most recent push with the COVID vaccine, I was at a Walgreens with my grandkids picking up one of my prescriptions, and they were giving a lady, they literally sat in her chair right in front of the counter and were giving her vaccine for COVID. I remember telling my grandkids, cover your faces and go back out front. And
I can't tell you how many videos I have of people going into seizures, people going into convulsions, and then the other people are looking at them like the folks that haven't gotten the medicine yet, you know, and they're looking at like, gee, should I? And you can see the gears turning. Like, why is there gears turning in your head? Get the F out of there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's funny because back in the very beginning, you know, where we had some of these doctors that were actually standing up and questioning what was happening and getting cut off and, you know, their licenses removed. There was a young ER doctor who did a video, and it was yanked pretty quickly, but it was very, very, very to the point and very logical. And he was saying, basically, what are you doing? I mean, you're turning these people that are getting the vaccines, you're making the young people, especially, you're creating super spreaders because they're contagious and they're actually changing the virus in their body and giving it to other people, and it's now a stronger form of the virus. They are literally super spreaders. And he was dead on accurate.
Ironically, is exactly what they accused us of.
Yep. What they were terrified of us being, they were. So it was like, yeah, you created a lot of super spreaders, and a lot of people who didn't get vaccinated got sick, but they rebounded. You know, they got better and they didn't fall into it again. Whereas the people who did get vaccinated were getting COVID repeatedly.
Which, again, ironically, is exactly what they were told wouldn't happen.
Yep.
I know.
In fact, my sister was one of those people that kept getting it over and over. She was the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, too. I was like, oh.
And she was probably vaxxed 4 times over, right?
Yep.
Oh, gosh.
Yep. Fully vaxxed. So it's, you know, what are you going to do? But I know Raphael is probably chomping at the bit because he wants to talk about what happened, what announcement was made with the IRS. And Raphael, I'm going to let you have it because he's like a little kid right now because he feels so freaking validated. Go, Ralphie. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, but I mean, it's, I mean, I'm okay. But the thing is, though, it's a pretty big deal today. I made a discovery that, so basically the IRS has been caught falsifying forms, 1040A forms specifically. And so basically what that is that if you do not file an income tax return, a 1040, they will do a falsify a 1040A form that basically is designed to, it's you saying you want the IRS to figure out how much you owe. Okay. And then try to hold you to that. All right. And then they took that to federal court and then got caught. That's a RICO charge right there. So basically the IRS has been caught racketeering. All right. So that's just the beginning of it. So, you know, I mean, we've talked about it a million times. You know, I know that we talked about how the IRS is not a legitimate government agency, just kind of like the CDC. We know it's a collection agency.
Right.
They do not abide by any constitutional boundaries. And the other thing that we basically what I found today was the Treasury Secretary was recently asked about I don't know if I ever talked to you guys about it, but Aaron Russo, the producer from Trading Places, did a documentary called Freedom to Fascism. And basically he was trying to get to the root of the personal income tax and what law mandated that you file a 1040. And basically there is none. And the 16th Amendment, there's actually a Supreme Court case that says the 16th Amendment does not confer any further authority to tax. And even before the 16th Amendment, the Supreme Court had already ruled that the income tax was unconstitutional. It's basically, that's basically slavery. You're taking the sweat of your brow, your productive output from your labor, and handing it to the government. Okay, so it was unconstitutional before the 16th Amendment, and then the Supreme Court said that the 16th Amendment did not confer any further authority. Plus, there's been multiple, I'm going to say multiple people that have basically said that the 16th Amendment was not properly ratified to begin with. So, we talked about how, we got basically a criminal enterprise running the country. They're a bunch of gangsters. They're taxing us to death while they're using our money to go around killing millions of people to take shit that they want. Nicolas Maduro is next on the hit list. He's going to be like Mossadegh, and we're going to kill him for the money or for the oil. But what I found very interesting was that guy named Gary Franchi from the Next News Network asked the Treasury Secretary about the constitutionality of the income tax based on the movie that Aaron Russo did. And one of the guy that was with the Treasury Secretary tried to wave him off, but the Treasury Secretary actually stood his ground and said, no, I want to answer this. And he immediately opened up with talking about how Joe Bannister and Sheriff Hill Jackson, which Gary Franchi had mentioned, he said he's actually hired Joe Bannister and Gary, I can't remember another guy, but they're both former special agents for the IRS. He's hired them directly into the Treasury to go back through all of the laws and the legal precedents to determine how the IRS is screwing us. And then he's going to put them in charge of the IRS to dismantle it from the inside. Ooh. This is huge.
Yeah, that's
Joe Bannister and like 5 other IRS agents, they challenged the constitutionality of the income tax, and they got railroaded. And Joe Bannister is about as straight as an arrow as it gets, and he's been trying to fight the government on this for 25 years. So now the Treasury Secretary's got him on board, and they're picking it all apart, and they're going to rip it apart from the inside.
That's wonderful.
All right, babe, you got to take a breath because I got to take us out to break.
I got you. Okay.
But as I'm taking us out to break, I'm going to remind everybody in April of 2025, Donald Trump actually went on air and to the press, made a statement about replacing the income tax with the tariffs. There's a reason why he did that.
Yeah, right. He did say that.
Yes,
you're
he
absolutely
did.
Right. Yes, he did.
When we return, we'll be back. Actually, I'm not sure what we're going to talk about when we return. I'm going to try to bluff my way through that. We'll be back.
I got to finish up on my thought. I got to finish up on my thing.
Go.
Break, Mark.
I guess we're on radio break right now. In here, we're going to break right now. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep to your timeline here, and I know I'm a little bit early, but if we had gone on,
no, you're right on time on my side.
Okay, I was gonna say we would have got.
Yeah, I only been putting 1 minute up because everybody gets it ruins your train of thought if you put 3 and 2 and then 1. So it seems to be working with 1 minute.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Well, like I said,
I haven't finished up my chart.
Oh yeah.
No. I know.
Finish it up when you get back.
Yeah.
But like I said, Trump said that in April. And if you notice, the courts this week ruled that he can't do the tariffs. Why do you think they're doing that? Because they need the taxes in play. Yeah. And they're going to tell you it's going to get tossed out by SCOTUS. They're going to get overturned. Because he had absolutely.
I don't think that's the only reason they're knocking its tariffs down.
I can see another problem because even if the tariffs were allowed by the courts, sooner or later the tariffs will change or be removed. So what happens after that?
Well, then you're on an even play. If he's lowering the tariffs, it's because things have evened out. Right. In other words, NAFTA is gone because NAFTA.
Yeah, but not
Mark,
between
I
now
can't
and
even-
the next president.
My bad.
Yeah,
I
the
apologize.
hegemony won't come back.
I was going to say, I can't even tell you how badly NAFTA screwed this economy. I can't even begin to tell you how badly it screwed people. I mean, it was an unbelievable screw job, and the Americans bent over and took it up the butt because they didn't know.
Mhm.
They had no idea we were paying 200% tax on freaking milk coming in from Canada.
I can't wait till the Navy goes out and blows some more cocaine ships up.
That's right, down in Venezuela.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, I was just thinking, not NAFTA, it was replaced in 2020 by the US, Mexico and Canada agreement, the USMCA.
But the USMCA had to be upheld. Biden reversed it. So again, I mean, you've got, I mean, that was like the prescription cuts. Trump did these massive cuts on prescriptions, like massive. I mean, insulin was literally affordable to pretty much everybody. He made these huge cuts, and as soon as Biden got in office, they reversed it. And then, like, I think it was like a year later, Biden said, "Okay, we're gonna do these cuts on insulin," and it was like not even a smidgen of what the Trump cuts had been.
Yeah, but I didn't think he could do that because he wasn't legal.
Oh, I mean, and you got literally the liberals are celebrating.
You gotta give the big guy his take. Come on now.
Okay. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, even the son will tell you, you know, if
10%,
if Dad said it's okay, but you still have to give the big guy his take. You know,
right?
Did you see?
Not that you know that they don't run like organized crime, you know, because that's politics.
Yeah. Did you see where they pulled the Trump administration pulled the 16 billion with a B in gold that was supposed to go to all these non-GOs, NGOs. Yeah, and the climate change people and everything else. 16 billion in gold, and they're screaming. So, you know, good. They're going to shut them all down. Shut it down.
Yeah.
I want to see all the endowments completely shut down for universities and colleges too.
Yeah,
until we see something. Well, we got 30 seconds until we come back. But
we don't have to pay the taxes this year, right? We don't have to file, right?
Yeah,
you never
actually. I was trying to
have lots of ammunition, Vicky.
I've
Good luck with that.
Somebody on my chat.
All right, here it comes. Sorry, Vicky, but here's your countdown, Nancy.
Rafi has to talk.
4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and back on the radio side for the last time tonight, right now.
And we're back. And once again, on my break, I kept thinking about the Muppet Show because everybody was talking at the same time. And I'm watching everybody. Because y'all have to imagine. I can see everybody on my screen, and I'm watching poor Mark Edworthy. Literally, everybody's talking at the same time, and Mark is just sitting back in his chair talking, and you can't hear a word he's saying because everybody's talking over him, and he just keeps talking. And I'm sorry, folks. I just found that seriously comical. So before I get back to Raphael, Mark, what are you trying to say?
Oh, I'm totally lost.
What's his thoughts?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Dave, you were talking about NGOs, Krangos, these, what was it, 16 billion?
16 billion in gold, yeah.
Yeah. And I was just pointing out that these NGOs, if they lose money from the US, they can ramp up the European operations.
Oh yeah, but that's how is that going to go right now?
They were funding those European operations. Even Greta's boat is going to sink now because of that.
I'm talking about civilized European countries, so France, EU, Britain, Switzerland.
You guys are in enough hot water as it is, though, because you're having to pick up slack from Ukraine. You're having to pick up all the slack that we are pulling back from, and you don't have it.
You know, you guys are broke. The EU's broke right now.
and we've got issues like immigration issues and the
Huge ones.
Major problems
and stuff. Yeah. So yeah.
It's like the perfect storm that nobody. They're not going to put it this way. The old guard is not going to be able to get out of this because it is the perfect storm, and it's cutting off all of their supply lines, all of their backups. Everything that they had going for them is being dismantled piece by piece. If you're watching it, you can see it, and it's quite glorious to watch because they're panicking. But Rafi, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
go ahead and continue.
In that light, it basically one of the arguments that Bannister made, aside from the there's no statute requiring you to file an income tax return because it only applies to resident aliens and foreign corporations. It did not, nor does it still, apply to the average U.S. citizen. Now, if that holds true, it explains other things because in the movie the documentary Freedom for Fascism, one of the things they kept reiterating was that the government would not address the public about what statute mandates 490 or the 1040. They kept saying it is voluntary compliance, voluntary. Right. What does voluntary mean to you? That means you're voluntarily, you are of your own free will handing them a check for whatever you're going to hand to them. But that's not how they're enforcing it. Even Ron Paul has said that the income tax is illegally applied. There's been multiple senators throughout recent history that have said that it is being misapplied. The problem is that even the courts will not overturn it. They won't rule against it because if they did, the entire economy could crash. It would crash. It's basically we're sitting on a house of cards. The problem is there's no fixing it at this point. We're so indebted. We're leveraged up to the hilt, and then the what do you call it? The fraud extends all the way to the housing, to the bond market. So that's another thing I uncovered this week as well. So basically, we're sitting on a guy from Texas found that Texas school systems are sitting on $5.1 trillion in fraudulent bonds. Ooh. And that when it comes out, it will destroy the economy. And apparently it's not isolated to Texas. So I don't see any other way. I think that's the reason why Ron DeSantis announced that he's pulling property taxes from Florida because
real estate taxes.
Real estate property taxes. The property taxes. Once you get in your house, paying property taxes is like paying rent to the government, and it's never that means the house isn't yours. But the property taxes are supposed to be what goes to fund the schools and everything else. But the reality is they don't need the funding. They've got the funding. It's getting laundered and basically stolen out of the government coffers at the state level.
Yeah, that's what I was actually wanting to say too. Like, there's no evidence that property taxes is going into the educational system. They've found no evidence to prove that.
No, and not only that, but the same applies for the lottery. I mean, how many times have you been told the lottery money is supposed to go to education, but it doesn't. So what do? They send it to the Department of Education, remove the earmarks, send it back so they can hand it out to whoever they want.
Right. That's why
Trump evidence that it goes anywhere. Oh, I was just going to say they probably find evidence that it goes anywhere but the schools.
If they do, if you track it, it does. But here's the thing: that's another reason why some of the moves we're seeing are happening. One of the first things Trump did when he got in office, what did he do? He dismantled what? The Department of Education on the federal level. Why? Because the Department of Education on the federal level is nothing but a gigantic laundering operation. Mm-hmm. all the money that gets earmarked from the states, which they are earmarked, and that's what the states will say as a defense. When we did the lottery, we earmarked that money for our children. It is earmarked. That means it has to go to education. And it does. It goes into the state education fund, which then by requirement gets funneled to the federal level. At the federal level, it's now met its destination. The earmark is removed and it gets pushed back down and can be used for whatever they want to use it.
I was just about to use the UK as an example of this. National insurance, council tax, and VAT, and all the other taxes are pushed, even especially council taxes are pushed from the local councils, especially council tax, pushed to the local councils, then to the Exchequer's office, and then is redistributed back down.
Yep. It's laundering. It's literally money laundering, and it's they say it's done in legal way, but okay, so how do you fix that? You put it back to the states where it belongs. So in other words, why do we have a Department of Education on a federal level? For what reason?
I want to connect the dots for you. So the reason why, so he basically is going to get rid of the property taxes, but he can't talk about the bond fraud right now because it'll destroy everything. Now, we were talking about on the break how Trump had announced that he's going to get rid of the income tax and replace it with tariffs, right? That's what you guys said earlier?
Yes.
Right? The only way there's a reason for that. The only reason he would do that is if he's going to return us to a sound monetary system. In other words, they can't inflate money. It's going to be backed by something. That's something that Russia and China have been working on for a very long time for the BRICS monetary system. Asset-backed currencies. And it's not going to be just gold. It's also going to be oil, timber, natural resources, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Diamonds.
Yes, but it'll be backed by something, not just nothing. But this is you got to understand that before the income tax, the nation was solely funded by the U.S. Customs Service through import duties and tariffs. Okay. As a former customs special agent, I can tell you that they funded the country for the first 150 years until they implemented the federal income tax. And even then, it went through multiple legal challenges. The thing about it, though, is that they have ignored Supreme Court rulings and continue to enforce it. Matter of fact, the father of Peter Schiff, he's an investor that has he got a gold brokerage, and
Jacob.
He's always on the news circuit. But his father challenged the income tax in court, and when he got to court, he's trying to cite the Supreme Court cases to justify his position against the income tax. And they literally said Supreme Court decisions don't apply here.
Yeah.
It's a private entity. It's a private entity.
Yeah, and in that documentary from Fascism, the former commissioner of the IRS actually said, he scoffed at Aaron Russo's assertion that you're trying to apply 1910 or 18 something Supreme Court decisions to IRS law that was written after the fact, and basically he's admitting they're not abiding by the Constitution.
Yep. Well, if you think about it, the IRS goes outside the bounds of the Constitution in of itself as an agency, because
they're a private company. They're private. Well, exactly. They're privately owned.
Who is supposed to handle the purse strings of the country?
Now they have pistols.
So I mean, like I said,
it's actually a loophole. Plenary powers is what it is. It's like, how the president has the power to pardon. Congress has the plenary powers to exert taxes, create laws, things like that. Now, what they do is they create a non-governmental organization, and then they give them those same plenary powers that they possess, so that they're not necessarily a governmental office. They're a non-governmental office that doesn't have to abide by constitutional law.
Which is already a violation of the Constitution.
Right.
Article 1, Section 10 says nothing but gold and silver shall be money. So you can't get around that. You can't say that paper is now worth the same as gold. It's fraud.
How have they done that?
Yeah.
And again, to show you guys, just to tell you guys again, there's a lot more going on here than what you think. What happened this past week, that a lot of people aren't aware of, is that the Fed is now having to accept gold and silver.
Yep.
So,
Oh, really?
again, yes, go look it up. Yeah, because the news is carrying it. That's a huge change.
Well,
Huge.
gold, silver is supposed to be, by the Constitution, supposed to be 1/8 the price of whatever gold is, and that would take silver up to like $340 because gold hit like over 3,500 today.
Actually, if they broke the peg, it would actually explode in value because scarcity gives value, and we've been using silver as an industrial metal for so long that the majority of it that's above ground is actually in landfills. It gets
when I heard there was states that were taking silver and gold as payment, and like not one or two, but like 12.
Florida.
I thought
Florida.
Right. Well, I thought to myself, how do you do it? Well, check this out real quick. I thought to myself, how do you do it? Do I bring in dust? So there was an answer for that.
Points.
They actually have gold backs. They weigh a 1/1000th of an ounce, and you can spend these.
Valorum.
I'm sorry?
You're talking about the Orem, the Valorum. It's basically gold foil pressed between polymer sheets.
Yeah, it has a marking on it, etc. And it's made from gold. It's 1/1000th of a whatever of gold, and you can spend these in Nevada, and the other states that you guys are mentioning. I've seen them. That's Florida, a trip. Yeah. That's really cool.
But it should have told you that there's. Well, again, it should have told you that there were big changes occurring that they don't want you aware of, because it's changing the absolute landscape of what we're living in currently.
Well, that's on the state level. You know what I mean? Certain states, we don't want the Fed. Like Kentucky, for instance, they said if the Fed comes in here, you're on your own. Our sheriffs will not help you. We will not give you money. If you're getting rolled on, you're getting shot at, whatever. We're not going to help you guys. So if you guys decide to, do your federal roll-in thing, and they had done this 2 years ago, maybe they saw what was coming, and but that's one state for an example.
Well, again, Florida did it too. We went to gold, silver also, and now you have the Fed having to accept gold.
No, I mean, as far as them letting the Fed know that you're getting no help if you bog down in these hills, you're beat.
I don't think they're going to get with the current temperature of this country. The Fed is kind of like, I was going to say, Fed is kind of like FEMA. I mean, it's just, they're not very welcome, because they are so corrupt. And, I almost feel bad for FEMA. I do agree with Trump that FEMA needs to be dismantled and reorganized, because what is in play is it's too corrupt. It's so embedded. It's not funny.
FEMA's actually getting reorganized. They're granting, or they're passing on the actual disaster relief missions to the states and making them in charge of taking care of their own people. They're passing that responsibility back to the states. The only thing that FEMA is going to do now is they're going to get the spending bills passed, and they're going to dole out the money where needed, and then do oversight on how the money's being spent, so that nobody's just pocketing the money.
Well, that's what needs to happen. And I've said this many, many times. I know states have a heart attack when you say these things, but it's like, listen, I know Florida has had to be a standalone in many ways, because I live here, and I can tell you the havoc that the storms have wreaked here over the decades, not just recently. It's been decades this has happened. We pay more as citizens of the state of Florida to our coffers within the state to protect us and rebuild us. I mean, we do get FEMA help, but it's not like other states. I mean, California gets more FEMA help. Oh my God, it's ridiculous amounts of money. Where are your backups? You know, why do other states not have backup plans? I mean, natural catastrophe, nobody is immune to it. Nobody.
When Hurricane Irma hit, I had to sign a thing saying that I was never BDS, boycott, divest, sanction movement against Israel, to boycott any Israel products, and nor would I ever be.
When did that happen?
I mean, my girlfriend at the time, who owned the home, was 100% Jewish, and yet we had to sign. I'm thinking, well, what does that piece of context of my life, one way or the other, have to do with? It was like $450. I mean, it was like such a small amount. It was like a little piece of wood, you know.
It's because the people that issued that money are the ones that you signed the oath to.
And that is becoming what people are starting to know that now, because Israel is they're having to fight because people are seeing what they're doing, and it is not. I want the listeners to understand something. The conflicts that are occurring overseas in this Middle East, it's not that we think, any of us think that Hamas is a great organization, or that the violence
one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter.
It's got nothing to do with that. It's got everything to do with that. You're seeing a situation where one country has put themselves well and above everybody else, all of us, and expects us all to fund them, support them. And now they're trying to enhance and change our laws where you can't even speak up. I mean, they're
superior to everybody. They're the master race.
And my thing is again, y'all know it. You've heard me say it a million times. I'm all about freedom of speech, all about it. I don't care if you like what we're saying. I don't care if you hate what we're saying. You have a right to say it. And unless your actions cause damage to somebody, in other words, your words are never going to cause damage unless that person is overly sensitive, or you're defaming them, in which case see in civil court. But I mean, the fact is that, again, you cannot control somebody else's thoughts or words. It's that simple. It is enshrined in our Constitution. It is our first right in the Constitution, is the right to freedom of speech. 1,000%. So when you have a foreign nation, a foreign entity of little it reminds me of Zelensky. I can't even say it. And it's not the people, it is the government that drives me nuts over there. Basically putting down, I guess you could say, telling us that if we do not, this is going to happen. Basically they want anti-Semitism. They want it to be illegal to even write something online that's anti-Jewish. I'm sorry, I will write anti-Jewish government things all day long when I see you're stepping out of line. If we were doing it, everybody would be writing about us, which they do.
Sure, and likewise, we'll give them props if they deserve props.
Yep, exactly. Exactly. If they do something,
we have an entire conversation about the redefining of Islamophobia in the UK.
Oh, you guys, y'all have the exact polar opposite issue of what we've got here. But I think it's all the same. It's causing division. Yeah. It's intentional. I mean, it's causing massive division.
How are you surviving that, Mark? I mean,
so far, well, care I can be with some of my statements. I've been personally, I'm not really affected, but what was it? I heard the writer of the I don't know if anybody recognizes the Father Ted comedy show that was popular back in the early 2000s, late 90s. The writer, one of the writers, was actually arrested by 5 armed police officers. Just yesterday? 5 police officers for just writing some extra comments.
I had to laugh. The Babylon Bee actually came up with a really funny meme about that. I was laughing this morning when I saw it, where it showed the officers taking down your journalist, your comedian, and in the background it shows a girl getting like stabbed by a Muslim, and they're like totally ignoring that. They're taking down this comedian, and that's sad. It's funny, but it's sad because it's kind of true.
Also, I haven't reviewed the story fully yet, but I heard earlier, I saw a headline earlier today about a Anglican priest, vicar, being arrested for just a few possibly poorly chosen comments.
But again, that's where I have a problem. You're saying poorly chosen because you're trying to
well,
be
again,
as
I have not seen the entire. I've not seen the entire report, so I'm just.
I mean, I guess my way of looking at it is poorly chosen. I guess depends on which side of the comment you're on and what the comment was about. I mean, I don't think it's a poorly chosen comment if a priest was to say, hey, I don't agree what's happening over there in the Middle East. You got a lot of people dying, a lot of very innocent people, and they're not really treating Christians very well. So I don't understand. In fact, I personally don't understand why the Christians here in the States are defending Israel so vehemently, because they're getting treated like shit in Israel. And that's not super public, but it's true.
Can I mention something real quick on this?
I'll talk about that next week.
Can I mention?
I was going to say, running out of time. Go ahead, Roger.
Now, this is an issue that I've been actually discussing. I discussed it on a stream last night, and me and Mark just went through some of it. A lot of the problems we're having today has to do with ethno-nationalist movements and people who want to create politics that's rotating around ethnic backgrounds and freaking gender identity. They don't understand what they're in for. This kind of stuff is what resulted in World War I. And if it keeps going, we're going into a place where we don't want to go. And that's all I got to say about it.
Well, that's where they want us to go.
Who was it? I got to tell you, you know, I know I mentioned it before, but Tim Ballard, the guy that's ran under Operation Underground Railroad and extracted some kids from Colombia from human trafficking, and you know, I was proud of what he's doing. He's actually he was a classmate of mine in the Customs Academy. I was proud of what he's doing, but just recently he went on a whole Israel cheer parade, and I can't help but wonder if he cut a deal to make that dress with the sperm stain disappear. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I know I'll catch flack for everything I'm saying. I don't care. But I will tell everybody I'm not suicidal. I sleep with my pillow under my head, not over my head. And if you try to red dot me, I take all comers.
Well, gee, thanks, because I sleep right next to you. That's awesome. Wow, way to protect the wife. All right, guys.
I got you, babe. I got you. Just stand behind me, not in front of me.
Yeah, he's going to put the pillow over my head, be like, it's her. Okay. All right, guys. With that, I'm going to wrap the show up. Everybody I'm going to start with Mark Edworthy. Tell everybody where you can be found, my love.
Okay, nice and quick. I'm on minds.com under the username Medworthy.
All righty. Jason, give it up, brother.
All right. You can find me at DLive Friday, Saturday, and Sunday morning, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard.
David Campione, let's find out about that UFO.
You can find me on Facebook under David Champ and see some great nature photos and wildlife images, and also on my spacecraft identification manual on Amazon.com under David Campione. Next.
Roger Hanson. Come on, Satan. Spit it out.
I'm at Burger King eating a burger, a big old freaking booger made out of French fries and soybeans.
Cannibalism! Cannibalism!
Eat the cows.
I guess y'all can find Roger Hanson at Burger King. Just gonna put that out there.
.com.
And burglar.com.
All right. And by the way, I will add that Roger Hanson will be coming in with his own show, Cafe Enigma 2, starting, I believe, this coming Saturday. I believe it's going to be 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I know there was an argument about that earlier. Pretty sure it was 9 p.m.
8 p.m. Zulu.
8 p.m.
Vicky,
Zulu.
Vicky
Boss. I'm not going to forget her. I got Raphael, too. I got to go. Vicky,
1 a.m. Zulu and EDT, not EST.
We're going to run out of time. Good night, everybody.
All right. Good night.
And we're out of time.
Oh, well.
60 minutes.
Ding, 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 ding.
All right. We're off air.
You actually said you were at Burger King eating your booger burger? Really?
I wanted
We
to.
only have a couple seconds left. Everybody get ready to go over to the after show.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of
we'll see you over there.
Spare the time there for the show, you know. So
I'll see everybody over on the after show.
Oh yeah. Let me try to convert this before, because I use your channel on the Kick to do it.
No, I've got to find after show. Oh boy.
When we go to the alternate universe.
There it is. All right. See you guys over there.
Okay. Bye.
Bye-bye. And we're starting up the Legion of Chaos after show. Look out, cats, dogs, and kids. One. Ah!
There's Roger and Vicky and Mark.
Yeah.
I thought the bonds were when another country buys our debt.
Oh, that's.
All right, I got it.
Where'd Nancy go? Is she coming in?
I don't know. She didn't
There
say.
she is. Or she's calling. Still calling her.
I don't see her coming in.
Where's Raph? Probably making.
There's Jason.
Yeah,
There we go. Hey, Jason, how's it going?
They're coming. Well, looks like Nancy might be having
All right,
issues.
while we take and do this, I am going to. Oh, crap! Didn't want to do that. There we go. I'm going to. We're going to say goodbye to a few platforms while we're at it. Thank you, Facebook. Been great. We'll catch you next time. All right. Thank you, YouTube. Good night. Catch you next time. Thank you, Telegram. Good night. Catch you next time. Take care, party. Catch you next time. And we're going to leave Twitch too. Good night, Twitch. And we still have like 5 or 6 other platforms still up and running, which is cool.
Everybody's back.
Yeah.
All right. There we go. All right. Welcome to the after show. This is the Legion of Chaos after show, where anything can go on. No holds barred at times. It gets kind of tricky and wild.
Kind of scary.
Appreciate each and every one of you that have kept us tuned in wherever you're at.
Talk about naked chicks and stuff.
It's going to be 8 p.m. Isn't it? What did I put on the damn banner?
It was I believe it was 8 o'clock.
It's
9 o'clock. 9 o'clock Eastern time, 8 o'clock.
No, it's
Eastern.
not. No, it's not.
You're the one that did it.
No, 8 o'clock Eastern, 8 to 10.
Oh,
So, so that's an hour earlier than we were talking about.
No, that's our
earlier.
time.
Yeah, Zulu time. We're not talking, that Eastern time stuff. I don't want to confuse that Mark Edwardy guy.
You're confusing people with it because Zulu
He
is
confuses
UTC.
me, dude. Don't turn it on us, okay? Mark Edworthy is the time zone crazy man.
I deal with time zones all the time.
You drive me nuts, man. Like
Drive me nuts.
UTC, GMT, freaking PST, CST, and then there's CDT, and then the PDT.
Okay.
UMT,
Is there
DNC,
PDQ in there
DIR.
Something. He drives
okay.
He drive you crazy.
crazy.
He doesn't.
Currently, it's PDT, so Pacific Daylight
Pacific.
Time. Remember, you were still in daylight saving times.
that's
We
at
both
5
are.
p.m. Eastern.
It's-
5 p.m. Pacific.
PDT is 8 o'clock, or just 2 minutes past 8.
He's looking at
Central
something. He's
time
got-
is
got cliff
22.
notes.
So
Well, all the times are according to Eastern Standard Time, Washington D.C. time over
Eastern
here when
Daylight
we do
Time.
radio. All right, because
Did you notice he was?
all radio originates from the East Coast of the Americas.
I'm gonna tell you how
when we
crazy.
broadcast.
Mark-
All right, so I'm sorry, this is a colonial thing. We're taking it, Mark.
Mark,
it's called community.
All right, we are
time for a specific reason.
Mark, you know why he's
just-
crazy? You know why he's crazy? Because when he was saying the times, he was looking down. Okay, so that tells me he has clip notes. He's got cliff notes sitting on his desk, most likely taped to the surface.
No, actually, on this monitor, I've got a small clock widget that displays
Every time worldwide.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different time zones.
You are crazy, dude.
Yeah,
I
we're-
tell
we're
you,
go-
there is like 4 different ESTs. There's like the EST for the US, then there's, I don't know, a couple other ESTs.
No, there's only one ET. There were 2 CTs. China, Western China time or something, and
There's supposed to be an Eastern
Mountain
Standard
Time.
Time for like Russia, and then an Eastern Standard Time for like the China area.
Yeah, I didn't say
whatever.
Atlantic Standard Time, which would be like Nova Scotia or some shit like that.
yeah.
All right, I said
No.
Eastern Standard Time.
All right, keep it straight.
Again,
Keep it
Eastern
straight.
Daylight time.
Yeah,
Come
on now.
You until the start of October, if I remember rightly, still in daylight saving times.
Okay,
Yes, we are.
I want to go back
Yeah.
to talking about communism.
But that will end on the 31st of October.
I always wondered when that shit ends.
We're weird because you start your daylight saving times at the start of March, whereas the UK starts at the end of March, and vice versa. And when it ends, so you end on the.
We gotta be different. We
yeah.
can't all be the same.
He's not even.
No wonder I go mad.
He's not even
Come
talking.
on now.
He's not
All
even.
right?
Hey, he hasn't even started talking about the atomic clock yet.
Oh my God.
Like,
Stop.
wait until he starts telling you about how long it takes a ray of sunlight to reach the sun, or go from the sun and reach the earth.
3 minutes.
Yeah, I saw an interesting documentary on that.
See, he wants a
only
documentary.
2 weeks ago.
3 minutes.
I know
Right?
one half documentary.
3 to 5 minutes to go from the sun to the earth.
Yeah.
That's
The light to travel that fast, right?
mhm.
Yeah.
I thought it was 9 minutes on the button, wasn't it?
No, because we're taking into account all the solar flares that happen now that push the light even faster.
Oh, okay.
All right, because the light just surfs on that. All right.
You chased all the chicks away, guys.
If you believe that, I'll sell you a bridge in New York.
I'll believe anything you tell me, man. I'm telling you. You tell me, I will buy it, man. You'll notice that.
Yeah, Mark, I believe you.
Yeah, I'll name a river. I'll name a river after you in Texas that hasn't been found yet.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just saying. What do I know?
I
just remember that from school or whatever. From
9 minutes, Jason. Is that what you said? You said 9 minutes.
I think that's what it was. 9 minutes. I remember.
I've never heard that before. I've never really looked into it.
Apparently that's how long it takes for the sun's light to get to the Earth. If it truly is 93 million miles away.
Who knows?
I'm gonna hop in. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna hitch a ride with one of David Campion's buddies that has a saucer, and we're gonna race the race just like people used to race the train. All right.
Yeah.
And we're gonna see just how fast it can go.
Okay, I did the search. You guys want to hear how fast it takes for the sun's light?
I've just checked. It's
8 minutes and 20 seconds.
20 minutes.
8 minutes and 20 seconds. Okay.
Oh, wow. Close. Yeah, you had 9 minutes. You were close, Jason. You win the cigar.
Yeah, pretty close.
The average distance is 150 million kilometers. So I don't know what that's in miles. So light travels about 300,000 kilometers per second.
That's
do it.
I just remember that tripping me out when I was a little kid. I used to always.
Something seems wrong because you already mentioned the metric system already there, Mark, and I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, I know. He
needs. I can't work out.
It's 186 million.
What is it? 179,000 per second or something?
It's 186,000.
186.
Miles.
Okay.
Miles.
Okay.
Miles per hour.
Per second.
Per second. Yeah. PS.
300,000.
We speak English here, Mark Edworthy. we don't speak British.
We speak revolutionary English.
This is European. This is the EU.
We don't speak that British talk.
No, I use miles all the time. Again, I'm not on the continent. I'm not on mainland.
I was impressed when you said that you like miles better than kilometers. I really thought that you were like gung-ho British and against everything about the Americas.
No, I use miles. I use inches and feet. I use stone and ounces.
I was really impressed when I heard you say that. We were on that show. Were we on this show and you said that?
Possibly. A couple of weeks ago. Week before. Yeah.
It was pretty cool.
Yeah,
I didn't know they referred to it as imperial measurement until I looked at it on a video game. Inches versus the metric system. Imperial.
Yeah, imperial.
Yeah, I still weigh myself in ounces and pounds, or stone ounces and pounds.
See, a lot of times, I always thought that Mark was thinking that when we talk about weights and that he was thinking about getting money instead, because the British in the UK and that want everything in pounds.
Yeah,
I'm like, oh man.
That's probably where he started actually saying it, because I remember hearing it somewhere. He was talking to you Talking
No,
that.
I was brought up.
Well, where did the word quid come out of all of that too?
That's
Because I've heard some guys
it's
from
slang.
over there call it as quid instead of pounds.
I use that slang term all the time without even thinking about it. I don't know. I think it goes back to something like the 18th century or something, 17th century. I'm not absolutely sure. I have to do the etymology.
It goes
on
that
one.
far back?
I think.
Quid? Yeah. Wow.
Quid is
I hear a lot of punk
No,
people saying
I
it.
don't
No,
know.
it's
You know, this guy. I'm not sure where he came from. I think he was from like Sunderland or someplace like that. And you probably think he's a savage or something like that because if you're not from their hometown, everybody's a bloody savage over there. From all the guys that I've ever talked to when I was in the service and I hung out with them, they're like, "Oh yeah, he's a bloody savage. Come from that area."
Quid.
I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Quid is a British slang for 1 pound sterling, which may derive from the Latin word meaning that which is.
Yeah, circa 17th century. Oh, circa 18th century.
Order fish and chips in a London pub and you may hear, "That'll be 6 quid, mate."
Jesus, you order fish and chips for
6 quid for fish and chips?
Hell?
Really?
Yeah, jeez. That's an extremely cheap fish and chips. Even my local chippy, I would have to spend at least 10 quid.
Well, I mean, Google's trying to be hip and cool to all you English people, trying to make it seem like it's London, cheaper there.
London, you probably talking about 30 pounds for fish and chips in a London pub. At least.
Well, you're going to pubs though. You see what I mean? Everybody knows everything's more expensive at a freaking bar, man.
And especially in London.
Yeah.
Especially in London.
Yeah.
Especially London.
There you go. Yeah.
And I was trying to tell somebody about a month ago, they wanted to get like a 12-pack of soda at a freaking liquor store, and I'm like, are you out of your freaking mind, dude? Go to a grocery store. Don't.
Yeah.
They will charge you 3 times the amount freaking for a 12-pack.
Yeah, because now you're buying a cushion.
Yeah.
Yep. Now you're pushing, not a soda.
Yeah. And they just play that off and they get away with it. They get away with it, man. And you know what gets me too? This is coming from somebody who hasn't drank for freaking since 2003, okay? All the prices have gone up, all right? But you can still buy a freaking 30-pack of beer at the same price now as what you could freaking in 2003.
Is that right?
Yeah, you know what's interesting? I just noticed, well, not quite that, but yeah, like whatever. I'm a recovering drunk or whatever, 8 years. So, and I was in the beer garden doing a video on this stupid robot thing that's in the local ShopRite, the food store or whatever. And as I was doing that, I figured, you know what? I ain't looked at beer prices in 8.5 years. I said, let me look at some beer prices. And sure enough, I looked at a 6-pack in Newcastle, and I'll be damned if it wasn't to like the penny what that was 8.5 years ago.
Yep.
It didn't even go up by like a quarter. I mean, and then I looked at the other prices as being Stella and Modelo and just some, not really good, craft, but whatever. And it was all the same. I was surprised. I expected it to be more.
Yeah, I know.
Again, it depends on which pubs you go to. I mean, we've got the National Wetherspoons chain in UK, big chain, and they try to, prices don't change that often in there. Whereas if you go to a small local brewery-held pub, yeah, you can see prices rise dramatically.
Well, the smaller ones are usually microbreweries.
No, so in the UK, you've got free houses or you've got brewery owned, and a lot of these are brewery owned. So, and of course, that's at the will of the brewery price, and the local landlord cannot set their own prices.
Are they more expensive in the little ones, Mark?
Again, depends on where you go, but generally speaking, yes.
Yeah, they probably are.
Like,
Yeah,
like I say, Witherspoon's.
they
been
don't
a
do
big
the volume
thing
the big
for-
ones do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like here. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you got to keep the masses drunk and high so they're stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, keep those prices on the alcohol and the drugs low so that you can keep them.
Oh, they had me right where they wanted me for the longest. Yep.
It costs you more money for freaking a gallon of milk than what it does for freaking beer, dude. You know what I'm saying? That is insane.
It is. That really is, Roger. You're right.
You know, gas, milk is freaking more expensive than gasoline.
Yeah, per gallon.
I don't know. In the UK, these prices are generally determined by the supermarket, and we've had issues in the past where farmers are making a loss on the milk and eggs and milk mainly because it is being dictated by the supermarkets.
We call ours the USDA, United States Department of Agriculture.
What, do they set the prices themselves?
They are the hand of God.
Yeah. He said everything, all the prices.
May as well be.
Mm-hmm. So
they send inspectors. Well, they even got them for the states also, Roger, within each state. I think Pennsylvania is a huge one that covers a lot of states for some reason. I never did understand that. It says from the Department of Agriculture through the state of Pennsylvania, and this is from butter from different parts of this country. Yep. I don't know how that works.
They really took hold when they decided that they wanted to pasteurize milk, and they decided that milk had too much fat in it and needed to come out. So they used it as a freaking monopoly so that they could break up all of the extras that they pulled out of milk to create cheese and cottage cheese and all this other stuff. So you have this whole dairy aisle that's full.
I was going to say, we remember the cheese at the milk mountains of the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
That especially hit the Europe, not so much the US, but where there was an oversupply of milk and milk products, and the old joke about having mountains of milk or mountains of cheese just building up and not being used for anything.
That's where they need to deep freeze it and put it in like genetically modified freaking bats and create like
Actually, if I remember rightly, in the US, I think in Washington somewhere, there are back in the 80s, there were underground caverns that were just storing excess cheese.
Good. They need to. There ain't nothing better than cheese, dude.
Or it depends on the cheese, I suppose.
No, all cheese is sacred, dude. You discriminate against one cheese, you discriminate against all cheeses.
Does that include?
Gotta say, the stringier the better.
That's right.
I was going to say, does that include American pretend processed cheese food products?
Most definitely. That's the good stuff.
It's disgusting.
That's the good stuff. You know what you do? You know what you do with that American make-believe cheese? You put it on a cheeseburger.
Bacon cheddar burger. Yeah.
Yeah. It goes well. See, don't throw up, Mark. Don't be doing that shit. We can't. You put it on a cheeseburger. That's an American burger right there, dude. You take that horrible cheese and you just
Gotta
melt
have
it.
bacon on that sucker, though. It's
Yeah.
not even
There
worth
you
eating.
go.
That's
Now you're
right.
talking.
That's right.
Now you're talking, Jason.
See.
Yeah.
Also, something that really annoys me about the US is when they use terms like Swiss cheese and Italian sausage. Do you know how many cheeses come from Switzerland?
Well, you need to understand something about Swiss, okay? Like here in the United States, when we use the term Swiss, we're really not talking about Switzerland. We're picking on Switzerland.
I know.
We're picking on Swiss people because they don't pull their weight.
Cheese from Finland.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know what I mean? Come on, dude, seriously. Like,
there's either between 475 or even up to 700 different varieties of cheese made in Switzerland.
Well, Wisconsin's got a beat. It's the cheese capital of the world, man.
UK, Britain.
No, we got you beat.
Or you could argue France.
No, we got you beat, dude. Wisconsin is the cheese capital of the world.
Think? Is it of the world? Oh, it's just of the U.S.
World.
Seriously, of the world?
No.
Yes.
No. Britain.
Don't encourage the
Did you?
man.
Yeah,
I would have
when
to
it
do
comes to
research on this one.
Dutch chocolate.
No.
Don't encourage.
Cheese.
Don't encourage the British guy. He just.
I mean, beer too. Quite frankly, I remember one time we got a case of beer. It didn't have one letter of English. Well, I mean, I had English letters. It was Belgium. So, and man, it's $128. And I don't know. I mean, I didn't buy it. You know what I mean? My buddy was into this type of thing. These craft beers. And he got it, and I think he was thinking it'd have a little more kick to it, like it'd be 7.5%. Boy, he was pissed when he found out it was like 4.8 or whatever. I mean, it's great beer, you know what I mean? Don't get me wrong, but that was the most expensive case of beer I think I've ever seen. $128. That was back in 2001.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh!
5 Point beer. 5 Point beer is the strongest I had, and it was I believe it was brown beer from Germany.
I've had 8% beer, which is a white Belgian then, and it was 8%.
You old drunk. 8 Point
I
beer,
think
dude.
I don't know
when
what
I was
Blue
in
Moon
Greece,
is.
I tried this beer. It was a yeast beer called Duval.
Oh,
and
I've heard of
it was like 12 or 14%.
Yeah,
I think it was from either Holland or Denmark or someplace like that. It was called Duval's.
Yeah,
it was super strong. I was like, man, this is good stuff. But man, I was sick just after because it's yeast beer. All right, it's it's unlike any other kind of beer that we have here. I mean, it comes in like a wine bottle. All right.
I'm gonna check it out.
And all the yeast goes to the top, so you have to shake it to mix it through.
Yep.
And once you do, you pop the top, and it explodes like a champagne bottle.
Mm-hmm.
All right, when that top comes off. But boy, oh boy, that would kick your ass. I mean, it would have made great bread. Oh, I mean, with all the yeast that was in it. But, I mean, there was probably out of that whole pint of beer, probably a good thumb tip of it was all yeast that went to the top before you even, shook it and tried to get it all mixed. But
there was something made by Brooklyn Brewery called Monster Ale 2000. It was 11.8%, and it was kind of like that. You could see it at the bottom, the sediment and whatnot. But boy, 11.8%. And there was also something else called, I think, barley wine. I mean, I don't know if it just tasted like beer to me.
Barley, man, that's good stuff. That's got to be dark.
I think they almost had to maybe call it barley wine after 9.8, or maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe it's just literally barley wine, but man, that should put you on your ass.
No, Duval's is a blonde beer too, which is pretty stout. And you get one of those when you start drinking that blonde beer, that shit's what puts you under the table. So
I out of all the beers, I like Drought, and I like the what is it? The extra stouts. The darker the beer, the better, and the smoother it is usually too to me.
I was just looking at something called Imperial Stouts, which is a range of beers, but you can go from 8% to 16%.
Oh God!
Yeah.
I couldn't handle 16%. That's
how about
that's a lot.
16%? That'd be strong for wine. Could you imagine?
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, that beer that's that strong tastes like beer that somebody dumped a shot of vodka in.
Pissed in the bottle.
Still bottoms. You ever drink those?
Like.
You ever have one of those?
Irish car bomb?
No. What you do is you take the cheapest beer you have and put a shot of Tanqueray in it. It's called a still bottom.
Oh, good Jesus!
Yeah.
Imagine that with, Meister Brown.
Because if you don't
Jägermeister.
That was like $7.20
if you can
24 pack.
I'm telling you.
I'm about to barf.
Tanqueray with the cheapest beer you get. Drop that shot in and you shoot it down. Don't stop. And if you can keep it down, that means you got a still bottom.
Bankers Club gin with some Meister Brown, like a Widowmaker.
You guys ever hear of Jägermeisters?
Censorship Sucks used to take in 10 bar, and he came up with a really cool one. You know, a Jack and a Squirt. So that's Jack Daniels with Squirt, and he just called it a hand job.
Ah.
There you go.
For some reason, I cannot
tell me
stomach
copyright.
bourbon. I cannot stomach bourbon. I can drink Irish whiskies. I can drink Scottish blends, and I'm a big fan of Scotch per se, but bourbon,
good Scotch is great.
No.
And gin is disgusting. Is that what you were saying? Yeah, gin is.
I love gin.
I hate gin.
I really
really?
gin.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, gin is. I don't know. I never got down with gin. But yeah, good Scotch. Oh my goodness. Or a good brandy. Oh man, nothing better.
I like brandies. Yep.
Yeah.
Now, whenever you guys were talking about, I remember the worst drink I ever had. It was with Jägermeisters, where you take and put Jägermeister in a shot, and then you freaking have it sitting above a cup. I forgot what the beer was, but you take the Jägermeister shot glass, and you just drop it in, and then you drink it.
Oh yeah,
is that a Boilermaker or what?
Boilermaker. That's it.
Boilermaker.
Yeah. Oh my God, dude! I was actually driving home with my girlfriend, trying to grab the steering wheel to
grab the steering wheel.
Well, you know,
I see people drink them in bars, but I never had a Boilermaker.
When I was 18, 19, 20.
Them things are a nightmare. You start doing crazy shit. You know what I mean? I'm like, dude.
Not you.
Well, I mean, I was literally grabbing the steering wheel and trying to jerk us to the steering
tree.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
You know what I mean? And I thought it was funny.
When I heard you say that, I thought you were saving your lives.
No, I mean, I was. She was.
Take them out.
She was sober. I was drunk. I was like jerking the wheel, trying like I was being funny and shit. You know, going to hit the telephone pole or some shit. Yeah. She's freaking out on me.
Where'd Vicky go? Did she say, "Oh, it's too much of a sausage fest," and left?
Just noticed that now, right?
Well, she said she had to get her battery charger for her phone. So.
Oh, okay.
You know,
I hope we didn't run her off.
No, she was gone before we got into all this intellectual talk. So.
Yeah. Oh, this is intellectual talk. Okay.
With the beer talk.
David.
Yeah, don't. You're going to be in the group for Cafe Enigma. Jason, I don't know. Do you have free time Saturday night to come in with us too?
I believe I do. Yeah, I believe I do.
Cool.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Mark? You got me in there?
Yeah, you should already be in the group. But Jason, what I'll do is a little bit before the show, I'll send you the link like I did the last time.
All right, that 9 p.m.
Yeah, it'll be like 8. Well, it'll be 8 your time. All right.
All right.
Not 9.
8
EST, 8 Eastern Standard Time.
EDT.
Yeah.
US
EDT.
Yeah.
Whatever.
We're on the East Coast.
Zulu time. All
It's
right.
either going to be 1 a.m.
200 hours. All right.
Yeah,
200 hours
Roger's on
Zulu time.
Eastern Standard Time.
He's the one.
UTC.
Oh God! Don't do this again. Just don't do this again.
200 hours, Mark, right?
Not 28.
Yeah.
There ain't that many hours in the clock.
Yeah. If there was a way, he would do it. He would make it like 2600 UTC and shit.
GMT, Greenwich Mean Time.
Well, I call that General Motors time. I don't even mess around with Greenwich.
Zulu.
Yeah, in Zulu when they, oh God.
I tell you what started this off. It was when Minds was doing all those round table things. And, quite often, Jack would be writing the announcement posts, announcement blogs and stuff, and he would always have issues understanding daylight saving times and the difference between UTC and East
my God.
time. And I remember correcting him almost every other month. Yeah.
Well, you know,
This isn't Minds. This is going to be Cafe Enigma that we're setting up for. All right. Read the terms of services, buddy.
Well, I've spent more
less structured.
I've spent more time with Mark than what you guys
kidding,
have,
yeah.
and let me point something out. If that was just the case, that would be cool, okay? But like he doesn't like how I freaking date this shit either. Like he like if I say
okay, Mark, are you using Gregorian calendar or the Aztec and Inca calendar?
Whenever I create a GitLab ticket and I need to reference a date, I will use what is the date format? Date ISO 8001. So year, month, day.
Okay.
But obviously, to save on confusion, but obviously in the UK, in British time, it's day.
Yeah, you reverse
month,
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in the US, it's month, day. Yeah.
Do you see what I'm talking about? Two years, dude. 2 years. Two years.
Roger, tell him what you're going to be doing a little bit on Saturday.
601.
Okay, so basically, I call it a mixer. That's where, because there's a lot of cool other words we could use, but I'm just gonna call it a mixer. The first episode is gonna be everybody getting together. I want to have everybody who's veterans to the show originally say some things about their memories of Cafe Enigma. There was something from the archive that I had heard about, what was his name? DJ. I think that would be appropriate to bring
J.C. Johnson.
J.C. Johnson, yeah.
He's passed on, yeah.
To bring him to bring him up in remembrance.
Yeah. I'm hoping we get Jack to come in. Jack said he will probably try to come in too, and if he does, Jack will definitely talk about JC.
Right.
Yep.
And
because
that was his mentor.
Yeah, that was Jack's mentor. Yeah. Yeah. And everything that's going on now with Jack is the foundation came from JC.
And you guys did the dedication to him on Cafe Enigma, which makes it very, very
David
significant.
was there too.
Yeah.
And David Capione, I definitely want to have you say because you need to talk on there, man. I really love having you talk whenever
and
you're on.
I don't know. I'm not sure if Nancy's gonna pop in a little bit or not. She was a core original member.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Before I even got involved.
Yeah, she was there before David, and then for a while there it was 1 week would be me doing Cafe Enigma, and another week would be her doing Vixen's Vault, until I said, I had enough of this.
That's right. Yeah.
Because I couldn't, and it's not like I didn't try to, get someone to fill my shoes, but I think, I really think that Roger, the way he does things and how he comes across, will be the closest to keeping it to the format that I originally wanted to have, and with the show, and it's going to be really, really good. I can't wait to hear how Roger presents the topics. Even a lot of the topics that I did, he's going to redo.
Mm-hmm.
And
we're going to bring it. We're going to bring it on in a wicked way, though, because it's like, why we got things that have happened since. A
lot of things have happened. Yeah,
right. What I mean, and it's just like, especially now. You know what I mean? Like our first, after that one, the first or second episode that I want to do is freaking the Siberian Fireball from In Search Of, and that.
Augusta, or what was it called?
Tunguska.
Tunguska, yeah.
Tunguska.
Yeah, the big crater over there.
Right.
Russia,
yeah.
Yeah, that's a trip, Tunguska.
Yeah.
There you go.
And that all ties in with where Roger wants to take it with Tesla, because Tesla was blamed for that.
Wow, good. Tesla. Wow, that's great, Roger. I love it.
Tesla and then HAARP. There's way too many coincidences, and I don't believe in coincidences. You know what I'm saying? Eyewitness testimony from the incident in Tunguska says that the sky was red for days after the incident. And when you take a look at HAARP, especially the original patent that was put out on it, it talks about
red for days after the incident.
Mm-hmm.
Far out.
Well, whenever HAARP, the original patent came out, it says that it had the capability of manipulating aurora borealises.
Yeah.
Both
of them.
Yeah.
You got the aurora in the north, and then there's another one in the south. I can't remember the name of it, but I'm sure that DK's in a chat room, and he's already tried to message me about that.
Yeah.
This is what it's called down here. I'm like, I'm kind of also editing right now, so I'm not really watching chats as much. Mad, Def Nicky, appreciate y'all for coming into the Kick Chat, and everybody over in D Live. All who's all over there, Jason? I can't see where I'm at right now with how I have my stuff right now.
I know who's
in the D Live chat?
DK is in there. He's talking about a lot of good stuff. He says, kind of true. It's 100% true. The police are used against whites and release blacks, or don't even go after them, or serious crimes. Then he went on to talk to me, where I was talking to him about doing his interview tomorrow. I'm going to be doing his interview, and Sonia's going to be coming in on that. And then Aurora Australis is what he called it.
Aurora
DK is over there at D Live. Almost 20 people watching.
Yeah.
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 And Mark W. Are you gonna are you and Roger? Are you gonna call it the new Cafe Enigma or just Cafe?
No,
it's
Enigma? Cafe.
It's just going to be Cafe Enigma,
okay,
like the original.
The original. Okay.
None of this reboot shit. I went in and I checked out the archives, and I'm gonna keep it according to format the way it originally was. The only thing I want to do is at the end of the video, I want to say maybe a little bit to give a little ideas, and then leave it to the people, the panel. And if it gets quiet, I'll come in with a little bit of a talking point to kind of stir the conversation, But other than that, it's the original format. It's going to be Cafe Enigma the way it was. I studied on it.
Yeah. He's a quick study too. That's good.
They learned me. Mark Watoshik is a cruel and horrible man, dude. He beat me with a freaking wet noodle and said, "You will do it this way, young man."
Yep, you will.
That's right.
Also, no, this is a slightly different subject. We were talking about, or you mentioned about my idea about the peel reforms earlier. Are you intending to slap that on to Mel's?
That is already, the talking points for that is straightened out, and you are in so much trouble, dude, because
oh my god,
you opened up a can of worms, dude.
I bet, yeah.
And I'm gonna tear into Europe. I'm gonna tear into Europe. I'm gonna tear into England.
I had this idea earlier about talking about the UK.
You have no idea what he's talking about.
He was talking about the pill reforms.
The concept of policing by public consent.
Yeah. And bureaucracy, okay? Police forces at a federal level, and how that relates. Now, see, that goes to freaking what I was talking about earlier with freaking Germany, the unification of Germany. What's his face? Bismarck.
Yeah.
Otto.
Yeah.
Otto Bismarck. Okay. And this is where Pill, and the weird part is Pill was actually a freaking he was a classic liberal thinker, you know what I mean? So it's kind of weird that he did that when it came to the police forces and population control. I thought that was something that was always weird to me. Why did he do that? And that it all makes sense now because of Bismarck. It's National Socialism at its purest right there. That is insane. Yeah, you got me fired up now.
I was thinking of the peel reforms as in what's happening in a lot of countries at this present moment with the sort of breakdown of society, or breakdown of civil trust in police forces.
Well, Pill was the one who organized it all and created the bureaucracy behind all that. So when it comes to the civil unrest, that would actually have something to do with everything that he was trying to prevent. Like he was trying to secure authority through policing and population control.
Okay, I've never really looked at it from a population control sort of aspect.
It's that's some really weird stuff. But yeah, it's gonna be great, and you're the one who's gonna lead off on it since you suggested it. Because I'm gonna wait until you say something right. I'm just gonna leap on you like a freaking wild coyote, dude. You know, I'm gonna be like,
you open that tunnel from there.
I'm gonna, and then see, this is the cool part. This is the cool part. I can even connect all that to the rebuilding of Europe, dude.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, we were actually going to look at. We were original idea was to carry on from last week was to look at the reunification of Germany and the collapse of the Soviet Union.
Well, all of that, dude, is just insane, dude. Dude, it is just insane. And like when you said that just opened it up. That opened up the whole can of whoop ass.
So,
you know what I mean?
It's going to be another 3-hour one. Yeah, it's going to be another 3, maybe 4 hour one.
Oh my god! How am I going to edit this shit with you guys talking like that? I'm like, every time I laugh, I'm like, I'm losing my place for editing. I'm like, oh crap!
It's like, well, you know,
leave it to Roger. All right.
I felt.
Yeah, I'm gonna open a can of whoop ass.
I felt that it needed to be said because, like,
yeah,
you know,
I'm sure you did.
People are not aware.
I can't wait to work with you more often, Roger.
He's a nightmare, believe me.
He's a nightmare.
I had to. Like I actually had to tell Mark it's time for him to take a break. You know what I'm saying? Because freaking we ended live with Roger Hanson and he wanted to keep on going and I'm like, nah, dude, you got to take a break because I've actually freaking lost people on my shows because they can't keep up with me. You know what I mean? And he's been going solid for 8 months with me side by side. You know what I mean? So,
it is Mark. All right. So, yeah,
he's a beast.
He is, man. We love him for that.
I'm gentle.
He's a beast.
He's gentle. A gentle
Anyways,
beast.
I just want to let everybody know if we get cut off or anything that we're going to host over to the Great Conspiracy tonight on D Live, since he hasn't. He's back again and streaming. And he also restreamed our shows tonight. And if you are on Kick, we will be hosting over to Iron Chief. Yeah, because he's been really good to me this week. And we've been doing that back and forth, hosting things. So appreciate it. And you know what? I think I'm just going to host out now and call, and I'll just keep the call going, and that way I can edit to talking to you guys. But you know what? You guys been great out there. Appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you all for tuning in tonight. And I'm going to start my host now.
Did you figure out who you're going to host?
Yeah, I got my hosts.
Okay.
Hosting out.
I'll host the Great Conspiracy too.
The Great Conspiracy is a great guy. He's over on D Live. He always restreams cool people like us.
Yeah, he comes through the D program
I've
every
seen
now
him
and again.
restream your stuff too, MC and DK
Yeah, he
stuff.
certainly has.
Yeah, and
Indeed.
he's really upstanding. I really like helping those who help me out too.
I mentioned
Indeed.
it. I mentioned it to him on in chat earlier that he should probably come in and hang out with us and stuff.
Yeah.
If he, because I know you've offered it to him before, but he never did it.
Well, he's been really busy. I mean, I don't know if you know this, but he just had a little one. Well, about maybe 5-6 months ago, and they've been doing some traveling. Him and the missus. So that's really good for him. I wish him the best of luck, even though he can't hear me right now. But
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But he's got a great channel, good people, all the people. He does pinata a lot. You like pinata? I'd like to get pinata on sometime, if you guys know him.
I've never met or heard of pinata.
MC, I think you know him. The Broken Pinata or something like that. His name is, or something pinata. Yeah.
Indeed.
I mean,
it's something pinata. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a pretty cool stream that he does too.
I like the whole setup that I have on this one I did for the stream.
Oh my god!
I took the chat that we got here, and I lowered the opacity, and then I did the same thing with like your Dreagus background that you gave me.
Yeah, I was looking at that earlier, and it was like you had like it too faded, and I couldn't make out a lot of stuff because you had, I don't know.
I love it. It just, well, when it with the Matrix background too, that gives the whole.
Yeah, it had too much going on. I was like,
yeah,
am I seeing what I'm seeing, or what's going on here?
It looks so cool. I love it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna put like I'm gonna set up a graphics to where it looks like how they have on a computer thing where they got like a side rails and then the whole squared areas with where you can put the streams in and the images and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do it kind of like that, like a sci-fi look.
Everybody asks me too, why I don't use like a template or or what do they call them? Yeah, it's kind of like a template, and show how many followers and blah 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 and all that. I'm like, no, that's kind of not my thing right now. I mean, it's like with the way the shows go and types of shows I do, it's not like, I'm trying to push for subs and and shilling. That's just not my thing.
That sort of format reminds me of those old mid to late 90s websites where you've had little counters all over the place. You had
little counters all over the place. It to me that's kind of distracting.
Yeah, great.
I mean, if you look at how I have the stream set up, have you ever looked at some of the old like the raw streams and that? I got a lot going on with it anyways. There's lots of animation going on in them.
Well, I mean, to be honest, I work with Rapid, and he does gaming, and he has templates, and what you do there technically is a template. It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine.
Actually, I just have a bunch of layers. I like just doing layers.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you realize it or not, but you're actually building a template.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be the classical.
But it's not just one little,
right. It's
thing.
Not
it's a whole bunch of things going at the same time.
Like, have you ever checked out like retro gaming streams before? Like people who play retro. the whole
Yeah.
setup they usually have there, that's a template. They got a little area where the
Yeah.
game's pinned, and they have
It's
like,
an overlay.
you
Yeah.
know, I mean that's what it is. So
Yeah.
I think you're doing great. I love that. Kind of inspires me sometimes. I want to get on Blender and outdo you.
Well, that's the one thing that I really don't do is animation. I don't really work with video at all because, I have a hard time with color because I'm colorblind.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really? Wow.
You didn't know that? Yeah.
No, why would I know that? I never heard of that before.
Yeah, and all the years that we've been together, that's why, I'm like, oh yeah, radio. I don't have to worry about, if it's, if it's too fuzzy,
but how do you
too bright, too dark, too much green, too much blue, too much this, too much that, and screw that. I'm like, no.
Yeah, but how do you make those beautiful illustrations that you do? I mean, or is it all AI doing it for you?
That's all AI.
Oh my God.
100%. Yeah.
Wow.
I have what I
Amazing,
do is
Mark. I love it.
I just get really good with the at times. Some of them aren't so great, but I have some really good prompts. And it's all about, when you do the artwork that I do, and I can make like, I can make, let's see, there's a couple generators I can do like 32 at a time. So I can do like 60 in 10 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, oh man, that's
so
that's good.
So if you look, when I do the archives of them, I only keep the the ones I think that are okay, and I usually have maybe 3,000 or 4,000 in a folder.
Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, because you used to.
And that's just.
Are you still posting them on Minds?
No, I don't post them on Minds. I post them on Facebook now more. Have you noticed?
Okay. No, you've been sending me videos and I can't open them. It says it's not available. So I meant to tell you that.
The videos. Oh man, that's
can't open
on
them.
Minds. On Minds, you can't open them.
No, on Facebook. On Facebook,
really?
It says it's not there, and I keep refreshing it and it still won't pop up. So
it depends on what site too. This.
I think we're just about to be disconnected.
I'm gonna go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. I hope you guys did enjoy tonight's episode. If you do, or if you did, please stop by Dreagus Productions and tell them that you enjoyed their show. Like, subscribe, share if you liked them. If you enjoyed this on either Rumble at Live with Roger Hanson or on The Wonderful World of Weirdness on YouTube, do the same. I'd appreciate it. And like, subscribe, share, make comments, man. I'd love to hear your feedback, what you think about it. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and end the show. I hope you guys did enjoy, and I will talk to you later. By the way, yes, for the people on The Wonderful World of Weirdness, we will be doing a new show called Cafe Enigma, which was mentioned in the after show, and it will be simulcast on The Wonderful World of Weirdness at I'm thinking it's going to be 9 p.m. Eastern Pacific Time, 8 p.m. Central Standard Time, and it's going to also be 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, as well as 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. But it could be an hour earlier. I'm not sure with the way Mark's talking. So I'll post up in regular things and let you guys know. I've got one more show that I need to do, another stream that I need to do, and I can keep it posted on Rumble if anybody wants to know. And I'll try my best to get it out and let everybody know what day or what time it's going to be on Saturday. But yeah, we will get that going, and I will know for sure, and I will talk to you guys later. I appreciate you watching, and thanks for showing